Chapter 42. Pa. Han Shoror spat out a few mouthfuls of saliva and his face flushed red. He hastily pried Fanny's hands off his neck and didn't know what had happened. He hastily said with a pained expression, "Master Fanny, what are you doing? I'm already like this, can't you be a little gentler?" Han Shoror's eyes suddenly widened as soon as he'd finished speaking and stared fixedly at Fanny and Lisa in front of him. The two were completely naked from the waist up and their fair, dainty beauty was completely revealed. Fanny's body was full of grace and beauty and Lisa's chest was beginning to bulge as she revealed her upper body to Han Shoror's eyes without reservation. The two wore undergarments that were as thin as cicadas' wings in the most crucial area of their lower bodies. The wet water soaked the thin and narrow undergarments. Although he couldn't see the entirety of their bodies, this kind of faintly discernible allure was even more fatal. It caused Han Shoror's brother, who had been about to droop down in shock, to once again stand up tenaciously. Brian, you've finally woken up. Master Fanny, why are you doing this to him?" Lisa was also at a loss as she walked over quickly and said anxiously, "Look at his lower body, if he really fainted from the suffocation, why is there a reaction down there?" Fanny's face was full of irritation as she spoke to Lisa with a red face. She then exerted force without further explanation and cursed lowly, pinching Han Shoror's body here and there. Han Shoror was immediately dumbfounded when he heard Fanny's words. His eyes continued to stare fixedly at the two's bodies as inspiration flashed through his mind. He didn't care if his logic was correct or not and immediately quibbled, "I was hit by the python's poisonous smoke just now and my entire body is stiff and powerless. My lower body is stiff as well, how can you blame me?" Fanny and Lisa looked at each other when these words were spoken and then suddenly realized that the other was still naked. They exclaimed in surprise and screeched loudly at the same time. "Shut up, don't quibble with me. I've never heard of anyone's lower body stiffening after being hit by the deep-water venom python's poisonous smoke. Oh, close your eyes as well. Don't peek. Lisa, let's put on our clothes before we deal with him." Fanny yelled angrily and ran away with Lisa, shrieking. Han Shoror immediately shut his mouth. When the two of them turned around, a pair of shifty eyes suddenly opened, greedily lingering on Fanny's plump and perky buttocks. After a while, Fanny and Lisa, who were dressed neatly, walked over from afar with flushed cheeks. Fanny came over and sized up Han Shoror with a gloomy face. She snorted coldly and said, "Why is it such a coincidence that you would suddenly appear here?" "I came over to gather wood and happened to hear your cries for help. That's why I threw caution to the wind and came to your rescue." "Master Fanny, I'm injured, and I didn't mean to look at you. My entire body is stiff and I can't move. The python's tail whipped me from my chest to my right cheek and it hurts terribly. This was all to save you too." Han Shoror's face was bitter as he lay there facing the sky. His entire body was as stiff as a wooden puppet, and only his mouth and eyes seemed to be able to move. "Master Fanny, although Brian is indeed suspicious, he just saved our lives. Now that he's like this, why don't you let him go?" Lisa looked at Han Shoror from afar and rolled her eyes fiercely at Han Shoror when she saw that Han Shoror's lower body was still firmly erect. She spat lightly and turned her head to plead with Fanny. "Lisa, I was violated by him." Fanny glared at Han Shoror when she saw that Lisa was pleading for leniency and said a bit anxiously, "Only the three of us know about this. I won't say a word, and Brian definitely won't say a word. Just pretend it never happened. He also saw my body. Although I hate him, he just threw his life away for us. We can't just kill him." Lisa paused and thought for a moment before speaking to Fanny with a wry face. "I didn't see it, I didn't see anything just now. I promise, Master Fanny, please don't kill me to silence me." Han Shoror's face was full of panic as his eyes spun rapidly and he spat out a string of crazy words. "Shut up." Fanny shouted angrily and then had a look of helplessness on her face. She thought left and right and stomped her foot fiercely, saying hatefully, "This won't end so quickly. I'll let you off today because you're injured, but I'll settle the score with you sooner or later. I haven't settled the score with you last time, but this time it's nothing." Fanny suddenly realized that she'd let the cat out of the bag again halfway through her words and hurriedly changed her words when she saw Lisa looking at her suspiciously again. "Master Fanny, you wouldn't be." Lisa looked oddly at Fanny and opened her mouth to speak. "No." Fanny immediately cut off Lisa's words fiercely and then explained softly with a sheepish smile, "Brian kept making trouble during the last experiment. That's why I said I wanted to settle the score with him. Don't get the wrong idea, isn't that right, Brian?" His eyes darting, Hanshaw hastily agreed, Yes, that's exactly what happened." "Hey, Lisa, keep an eye on Brian. The python is already dead, I'll go extract the magical core from its body." "Ha, it's a level 3 magical core this time. We'll be able to hold our heads high when we get back." Fanny didn't dare linger here for fear that she'd let the cat out of the bag again. She hurriedly ran away and swam towards the pool of water, but this time, Fanny didn't undress. After Fanny had left, Lisa, who had distanced herself from Hanshaw, moved closer to Hanshaw and sighed softly, saying lowly, "Brian, I didn't think you'd be so stupid. I know that you risked your life to fight the python this time because of me. I only half believed what you said in the trap before, but after this incident, I truly believe you. Brian, I'm actually a bad girl, I'm not worth your sacrifice." "Hanshaw." Lisa looked at Hanshaw's dazed expression, and because she'd hit right into Hanshaw's heart, she shook her head and gritted her teeth. "Brian, you should give up now. We really aren't suited for each other. Because the difference in status between us is too great, my family will never allow us to interact. I'm sorry, Brian." "Hanshaw." "Brian, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Are you sad?" Lisa still had a self-righteous look on her face, thinking that she'd played the role of a heartless person as she spoke frantically. Hanshaw didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he watched Lisa speak conceited words to herself. He really didn't know how to respond, and finally froze for a while before shouting out in pain, "Don't say any more." Pausing for a moment, Hanshaw saw that Lisa seemed to have been scared silly and hurriedly sighed, saying with a distressed expression, "I understand in my heart. I only need to watch you silently from afar and won't bring you any trouble. If you like someone, then you shouldn't be a burden to them. You should consider everything for them wholeheartedly. Lisa, don't worry about it, really don't. I'll take good care of myself and silently bless you." Hanshaw had heard these words from a few third-rate soap operas, and when Hanshaw said them in succession, even Hanshaw felt goosebumps all over his body. He felt that he really was a bit too sinister and shameless. "I've never heard anyone say such nice words before, boo-hoo. I'm sorry, Brian." Contrary to Hanshaw's expectations, Lisa actually started sobbing softly when she heard Hanshaw's words. Her tears flowed endlessly, and it looked like she was incredibly touched. At this time, Fanny walked over from the pool in the distance, her body dripping wet. Fanny's expression changed when she heard Lisa's sobs and she glared fiercely at Hanshaw, pouting coquettishly, "Brian, haven't you bullied us enough?" "Boo-hoo. Master Fanny, it's not about Brian, it's just that I'm a bit scared when I think about what happened just now. It has nothing to do with him, really." Lisa hurriedly wiped away her tears when she saw Fanny blame Hanshaw and forced a smile as she explained. She looked suspiciously at Lisa, and then looked at Hanshaw, who was lying there stiffly, seemingly not moving at all. Fanny snorted lightly and said, "I doubt he'll dare bully you again." Fanny had walked out of the pool, her clothes clinging tightly to her perfect body. Although nothing could be seen, her exquisite curves were still a feast for Hanshaw's eyes. He clicked his tongue in admiration. Not only was Fanny beautiful, but her figure was of the first class to commit crimes. "It's a bit odd. The python's neck to its head has already been charred. I wonder what's going on. It looks like the python's quick death isn't solely due to the effects of my magic, but the charred state of its brain is the key. However, my bone spear magic doesn't have the miraculous effect of burning a person's body from the inside out. Just what is going on, Brian?" Fanny looked Hanshaw up and down and asked a bit oddly. Laughing dryly, Hanshaw hurriedly said, "Who knows? I only stabbed it a few times. I don't have the magic or fighting aura that can burn its body from the inside out. It's no use looking at me. Is that really the case? Why do I feel that you're quite suspicious?" Fanny frowned and her bright eyes looked Han Shuo up and down, full of suspicion. Think what you want. I'd love to have such miraculous magic and fighting aura, but I don't have the strength. Han Shuo laughed heartily and said with a bit of self-deprecation. The magical arts that he practiced weren't something that should exist in this world. This was a secret that would never be revealed to anyone, and this was something that Han Shuo would never admit even if he was beaten to death. Master Fanny, you must be thinking too much, or perhaps you've seen wrong. Your eyes really aren't that good sometimes. Brian just saved us. Why would he lie to us? Besides, if he was that strong, he wouldn't have needed to continue working as an errand slave a long time ago. Perhaps. Fanny smiled faintly and nodded, saying happily afterwards, "We've obtained the magical beast core. Let's go, we can return to the tent." This swim was quite a close one, but we've really struck it rich with a third-level magical beast core. Brian, can you move now? Why don't I call one of the male students to carry you back? Lisa looked at Han Shuo and said worriedly, "According to what I know, the deep-water venom python's poison mist will only temporarily paralyze the enemy and then make it easier for it to eat them. It's been so long, Brian, you should be fine by now, right?" Fanny snorted angrily and rolled her eyes at Han Shuo, speaking with a cold face. Han Shuo cried out in surprise when he heard these words. It really is like that. I can completely move now. Let's go, let's hurry back. Lisa started and then looked suspiciously at Han Shuo. She also said with a bit of anger, "Brian, you could move a long time ago." Without the slightest bit of awkwardness, Han Shuo explained seriously, No, I only knew that I could move after hearing Master Fanny say so. Let's go. If we delay any longer, they'll be sure to worry about us." Han Shuo abruptly stood up and didn't wait for Fanny and Lisa to ask any more questions after he'd spoken. He rushed quickly towards the tents where the students had set up camp. Damn it, he's been faking it all along. I found it out as soon as I tried. Brian, stop right there, I won't let you go. Fanny was exasperated as she yelled and pulled Lisa along, chasing after Han Shuo. Chapter 43. When Han Shuo whistled all the way to the tents where the students were camped, he suddenly noticed that Jean hadn't gone to sleep, but was instead sitting outside the tent, bored to death. "Hey, Brian, have you seen Fanny and Lisa?" Jean immediately stood up and asked when he heard Han Shuo's footsteps. Nodding, Han Shuo said faintly, "I've seen them. Master Fanny and Lisa will be here soon." "Master Jean, why haven't you gone to sleep yet?" "Oh, it's because Clark suddenly left for some business and asked me to apologize on behalf of Fanny." This Clark, he didn't give any reason and just left. It's a bit baffling. Han Shuo's thoughts raced when he heard Jean's words. He immediately understood that it must be because Clark's rash actions in the pool just now had angered Fanny and Lisa. Clark knew that he wouldn't be able to explain himself, so he left so abruptly. "I see. Master Jean, I still need to gather a few things nearby. When Master Fanny and Lisa arrive, tell them I'll be back before dawn." Han Shuo didn't care if Jean agreed or not after he'd spoken and quickly headed south, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Although Han Shuo's body wasn't stiff and powerless, he had been whipped by the deep-water venom python's tail earlier and had indeed suffered some injuries. Han Shuo knew that when Fanny and Lisa returned, they would certainly come to pester him again. In this way, he wouldn't be able to use magical yuan to repair his body. Therefore, he might as well avoid them for now and wait until tomorrow, when the two's anger would have dissipated by at least half. At that time, there shouldn't be any problems. On a tall, towering tree in the south, Han Shuo sat cross-legged on a thick, lush, and leafy branch about 10 meters above the ground. He held his breath and concentrated, silently using magical yuan to refine his body over and over again. Time flowed by without him realizing it. Han Shuo's body, which had originally been in slight pain, slowly became less painful under the circulation of the magical yuan. Every inch of his skin, flesh, tendons, and bones seemed to be filled with a surging strength. As Han Shuo sank into a state of concentration, a faint trace of pain first radiated from his mind and then spread to his entire body. The violent pain suddenly exploded, forcing Han Shuo to howl in pain with 10 times the intensity of the pain. Crackling sounds of explosions rang out from Han Shuo's body, accompanied by Han Shuo's agonized howls. As these sounds rang out, strands of weak, turbid air leaked out from Han Shuo's pores. Han Shuo's skin rippled as if a stone had been thrown into the water's surface. When the pores had finished draining the turbid air and harmful substances from his body, a hazy ball of black light began to faintly encircle his body. This state continued for an unknown length of time before Han Shuo felt the pain all over his body suddenly disappear without a trace. He flew down from the 10-meter-tall tree with a thud, his body terrifyingly nimble. Success! He had finally broken through the first level of magical yuan, the solid realm. From now on, Han Shuo's body could be said to have been reborn. Whether it was strength, flexibility, or toughness, they had all far surpassed that of an ordinary person. After passing the most basic solid realm, Han Shuo's future training was bound to yield twice the results with half the effort. With a single thought, the magical yuan flowed unimpeded, not only to his limbs, chest, and abdomen, but even to his head. Han Shuo looked at his exposed skin and saw that the scars that had been left on his body had now disappeared. His flesh was smooth and strong. Moving his body, Han Shuo could clearly feel that his height had increased by another centimeter or two. Lifting his head to look at the sky, Han Shuo discovered that it was still late at night. At this moment, Han Shuo was intoxicated by the joy of being reborn. He continuously circulated the magical yuan to his limbs and bones, excitedly feeling every change in his body. Suddenly, a thought struck Han Shuo as he remembered the pouch and jade box that he always carried with him. Last time, he had used the strange object in the jade box to meditate on his mental strength. In the end, his mental strength had almost been completely sucked away. Afterwards, because the magical yuan had flowed into his brain, he had averted the danger and reaped a great harvest. Now that he had broken through to the solid realm, Han Shuo could already autonomously mobilize the magical yuan and circulate it to any part of his body, including the brain, which was the most difficult to reach. Thinking back to the enormous benefits he had previously reaped, Han Shuo could no longer suppress the desire in his heart. He immediately sat down cross-legged and took out the pouch that he had kept close to his body. When he opened the box, the eyeball-like orb was still as strange and unfathomable as ever. As Han Shuo's mental strength began to slowly condense into the orb, the same thing that had happened last time repeated itself. The orb instantly emitted a misty green brilliance, with a drop of blood red within, giving off an oppressive and uncomfortable feeling. Han Shuo's mental strength rapidly flowed into the orb in the jade box, as if a whale was sucking in water. As the mental strength in his brain continuously flowed out, the pain in Han Shuo's brain became more and more intense. Finally, just as Han Shuo felt that his brain was about to explode, his thoughts moved and the magical yuan that had sunk into his lower abdomen suddenly flew to his brain. A rumble sounded in Han Shuo's brain, and as the pain intensified, Han Shuo instantly let out a wretched howl. At the same time, the surging mental strength rolled back like an avalanche, flooding Han Shuo's brain in an instant. Han Shuo abruptly collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. His entire mind was a bit muddled. This state persisted for a while before Han Shuo slowly returned to normal. He felt that his mental strength had indeed greatly increased. In his joy, Han Shuo couldn't help but stare at the orb. Suddenly, Han Shuo saw threads of green light appear within the orb. These lights continuously intertwined with each other, as if a brush was sketching a picture. After a while, a pattern was revealed from within a strange, grayish-brown castle. After the green line appeared for a moment, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. However, a bright red dot that resembled a drop of blood continuously flashed and formed the shape of a red arrow. After stopping for a moment, it actually pointed straight to the south. What did this mean? What did the direction of the red arrow mean? Han Shuo fell into a daze for a moment as he stared blankly at the red dot in the middle of the ball. His mind raced, and he finally confirmed one thing: the red arrow in the ball was pointing in a direction, and seemed to be leading to a destination. After hesitating for a moment and looking at the color of the sky, Han Shuo's curiosity was completely piqued. In the end, He grabbed the jade box and quickly headed south in the direction indicated by the jade box. During this process, Han Shuro could clearly feel that the further south he went, the more sounds of large magical beasts moving could be heard. The path was filled with danger and thorns. Han Shuro was a bit nervous, his eyes staring at the orb in his hand from time to time. He discovered that the arrow in the orb was constantly changing directions, as if pointing out the correct path for Han Shuro. After a long while, the red arrowhead in the ball in Han Shuro's hand disappeared, and the drop of dark red that was like fresh blood flashed once again. The green light of the ball grew stronger, and strong magical pulses emanated from within. Han Shuro looked around after he stopped, and discovered that this was an ordinary area with tall, overgrown shrubs and weeds. There were a few enormous, unknown tree branches tangled together in the distance, drawing out grotesque shapes on the ground under the illumination of the moonlight, like the shadows of enormous monsters in the darkness. When Han Shuro focused his attention, he suddenly noticed a trace of peculiarity. In other parts of the dark forest, no matter how quiet it was, there would always be the sounds of insects. However, after arriving here, Han Shuro discovered that this area was almost deathly silent. There weren't any strange sounds from insects, and he couldn't feel a trace of life in the surroundings. Strange, under the ordinary appearance, the entire area made Han Shuro feel traces of an inexplicable aura. This aura made Han Shuro feel vaguely familiar and intimate, as if it was something he had long since gotten used to. But after thinking about it carefully, Han Shuro realized that he had no idea what was going on. Just as Han Shuro was at a loss and thinking hard, the orb in the jade box in his hand suddenly flew out of thin air. Lines of magic were outlined on the surface of the orb with green light. Han Shuro could feel a strong magical pulse instantly emanating from the void. As the orb shone with the green light, the magical pulse became more and more intense. After paying attention, Han Shuro suddenly noticed that the surrounding area where the green light shone was undergoing changes that made Han Shuro's jaw drop. Where the green light shone on the ground, the weeds and shrubs on the ground instantly disappeared without a trace, turning into a grayish-brown dry ground with piles of white bones on the ground. Some of the towering trees with lush branches and leaves on the side also underwent strange changes under the illumination of the green light, turning into the skeletons of some large undead creatures. If Han Shuro remembered correctly, those huge skeletons should be the most terrifying of the dark creatures, the bone dragons. Death. A desolate and empty expanse. Under the illumination of the green light, the entire area seemed to have instantly turned into an eternal and unchanging kingdom of the dead. There was a huge grayish-brown castle in the middle. Half of it was suspended in midair, while the other half was buried deep underground. Some strange, sharp thorns circled around the castle, and patterns of dark creatures were carved on all sides of the castle walls. Han Shuro looked at it in shock for a long time, and finally murmured in horror, This can't be the legendary Cemetery of Death, can it?" Chapter 44. The Cemetery of Death was the legendary holy land of necromancers, and also the extravagant hope of everyone on this trip to the dark forest. Han Shuro surveyed his surroundings and connected the dots to Fanny's description from before. He was already certain that this place was the Cemetery of Death that had been transported. No wonder Han Shuro had felt a vague sense of familiarity when he was here just now. This was all because Han Shuro had also trained in necromancy magic. There were strong magical pulses of the air of death in this area, as well as the scent of bones that had been transformed. These were all things that Han Shuro was extremely familiar with. Han Shuro furrowed his brow as he stared closely at the entire area. He thought to himself that those who had seen the Cemetery of Death in the legends would all die in the end. Now that he was standing here, should he go in or not? The Cemetery of Death had been a place where powerful necromancers had researched necromancy magic during their golden age. Afterwards, these mags had all died, and the Cemetery of Death had also disappeared without a trace. However, since this Cemetery of Death had once been a place where necromancers had researched, there must be some secrets of necromancy magic here. This was an enormous temptation for a rookie like Han Shuro who had just entered the halls of magic. Han Shuro had no choice but to seriously consider whether or not he needed to take the risk. After a while, Han Shuo's expression was resolute as he started to walk over the eerie white bones towards the cemetery of death. After Han Shuo had walked a few steps and entered the depths of the area, the dark green ball that had been suspended high in the air suddenly fell back into the jade box. The green light in the entire area instantly disappeared without a trace. Han Shuo started and looked around in shock. He discovered that the scene in the surrounding area that Han Shuo's eyes were looking at had once again changed, returning to the scene that he had seen when he had first arrived. However, the surrounding area of the cemetery of death, all the way to the soles of Han Shuo's feet, was still a gloomy scene of death. Looking at the round ball in his hand, Han Shuo understood that this ball was definitely a crucial item in the cemetery of death. It seemed to have the ability to open the cemetery of death. The entire cemetery of death seemed to be shrouded in a concealment barrier. If one looked at this area from the outside, they wouldn't be able to detect anything strange or peculiar. It wouldn't be able to attract anyone's attention. However, with this sphere, the true side of the cemetery of death could be revealed, and the entire cemetery of death would be shrouded in the desolate silence of reality. The eerie white bones beneath his feet creaked as he walked. The sudden appearance of this kind of sound in the deathly stillness of the surroundings made Han Shuo's hair stand on end. It was a good thing that Han Shuo's magical arts had just broken through to the solid realm. Only then did he have the courage to walk towards the cemetery of death without any hesitation. After a while, Han Shuo finally stood in front of the cemetery of death. He saw that there was a ring-shaped ravine in front of the door, with ink-black water flowing in it. A small bridge made of black threads and white bones stood alone on top of the ravine. Without hesitation, Han Shuo clutched the jade box with the round ball in his hand and treaded on the bone bridge, slowly walking towards the entrance of the cemetery of death. The bone bridge was swaying, causing Han Shuo's body to become a bit unsteady. He didn't know what was in the ravine below, but Han Shuo felt his hair stand on end when he saw it. He kept feeling that the ink-black water in the ravine was very dangerous. When Han Shuo walked onto the bone bridge, the round ball in the jade box started to emit a strange green light again. This seemed to be some kind of miraculous medicine that could calm the swaying. After the green light emitted from the round ball, the originally swaying bone bridge strangely stopped swaying. The connection between the black threads and the bones seemed to instantly become incomparably sturdy. Finally, Han Shuo arrived at the entrance. In front of the two large grayish-brown doors made of an unknown material, there were two tall evil knights and the skeletal remains of a warhorse on each side. Evil knights were extremely powerful existences among dark creatures. Without an archmage-level necromancer, one shouldn't even think of summoning evil knights. From the skeletal remains of the two evil knights in front of the door and the shape of the warhorses, Han Shuo could already faintly tell that these two evil knights were the cream of the crop. The two grayish-brown doors had some complicated magical patterns on them. There was a circular groove at the intersection of the two doors. Judging from the shape of the groove, it seemed to be the key to open the door. At this moment, the dark green round ball in Han Shuo's hand suddenly shot out a beam of green light that went straight to the circular groove in the middle of the two doors. Han Shuo's heart moved and he immediately understood what was going on. He took the jade box without hesitation and placed the round ball against the groove, slowly embedding it. During this process, Han Shuo didn't touch the round ball with his hands. This was because Han Shuo knew that this round ball wasn't something simple. Even Han Shuo didn't know if there would be any negative changes if his skin or flesh came into contact with it. Therefore, he avoided touching it as much as possible. After the round ball had embedded itself into the groove, a rumbling sound rang out and the door suddenly split open with a creak. The groove automatically split apart as the door opened. The round ball that had originally been inserted remained in the jade box without any changes. It was a patch of dusky darkness. Dust flew out from the inside as the door opened, causing Han Shuo to cough a few times before he calmed his mind and began to size up everything within. There was a large hall within the cemetery of death, and there were 6 rooms with closed doors around it. The entire hall was incomparably vast, with an oddly high ceiling that was the size of a basketball court. There was an enormous hexagram magic matrix in the middle that was about 80 to 90% similar to the one that Han Shoror had ridden in Zajoski City and the Academy of Magic and Force. There were a few simple and unadorned magical patterns drawn in the center of the hexagram magic matrix. Apart from the hexagram magic matrix, the surroundings of the hall were empty. There were only a few magic stone pillars that supported the enormous building, as well as some broken bones in the corners. There was a thick smell of decay in the air. Han Shoror stood in the doorway for a while and only slowly walked in after he felt the smell of decay slowly spread out with the opening of the door. Apart from the hexagram magic matrix, there was a tall ceiling and the 6 rooms with closed doors corresponding to the 6 corners of the hexagram. He walked in and searched the hall, but didn't find anything of value. Han Shoror immediately focused his attention on the 6 rooms with half-closed doors. 1, 2, 3. After searching all 6 rooms, Han Shoror still didn't find anything. From the shape of the 6 rooms, he could tell that they were only 6 warehouses, but there was nothing in the warehouses. Han Shoror's mind started to recall after he returned to the hall. From Fanny's words from last time to his observations of the outside, Han Shoror gradually recalled that only a small part of the Cemetery of Death was exposed to the surface. The majority of it was buried deep underground. The true secret must be hidden beneath the Cemetery of Death. However, after Han Shoror searched the entire hall and the 6 rooms, he didn't find any passageways or stairs that led underground. This greatly puzzled Han Shoror, and he sank into deep thought for a moment. After thinking for a long time, Han Shoror still felt that the ball in his hand was the key. He immediately stood up and circled the entire hall, including the 6 rooms. Finally, in the corner of one of the rooms, Han Shoror found another notch. After Han Shoror was overjoyed, he put the ball in. There was a rumbling sound, and the wall of the room suddenly tore open to reveal a dark passageway. On the first step of the passageway, there were 6 shiny silver rods made of a strange material that was neither stone nor wood. The 2 corners of each rod seemed to have joints, as if the 6 rods could be pieced together. Apart from the 6 rods, there was only a thin piece of paper with some scribbled words written in ancient magical characters. Han Shoror held the thin piece of paper. After reading the magical characters carefully, Han Shoror understood that the 6 magical rods could be pieced together to form a hexagram, and could be used to teleport directly to the magical formation in the hall. He also understood that there was a boundary at the entrance of the passageway, and that one wouldn't be able to enter without sufficient mental strength. Apart from this, Han Shoror didn't obtain any other useful information from the thin piece of paper. After thinking for a moment, Han Shoror put away the 6 magical rods, and started to walk down the passageway with a frown. A layer of invisible boundary suddenly appeared, and a green ripple flashed, abruptly sending Han Shoror flying. Han Shoror felt an abnormal headache during this process, and thought to himself that the words on the thin piece of paper were true. It must be because his mental strength was too weak that he couldn't enter the passageway to reach the underground building. Cursing under his breath, Han Shoror connected the 6 magical rods according to the records on the thin piece of paper, and then formed a hexagram on the ground. Afterwards, Han Shoror stood in the middle of the miniature magical formation, and infused his mental strength to activate it. Soon after, a white light flashed, and Han Shoror appeared in the middle of the spacious magical formation in the hall. Using the same method, Han Shoror infused his mental strength into the teleportation formation in the hall, and after activating it, he returned to the previous room, where he set up the miniature hexagram magical formation. Frowning and thinking for a moment, Han Shoror understood that he wouldn't be able to enter the passageway to investigate the situation within the Cemetery of Death for the time being. It was a good thing that he had obtained the 6 magical rods and the round ball, which allowed Han Shoror to enter this place from anywhere with great ease. This made Han Shoror extremely happy, and he was already treating this place as his secret base. Since he was temporarily unable to uncover the secrets of this place, Han Shoror didn't plan on staying any longer. After thinking for a while, he rolled up the 6 magical rods and carried them on his back. He also put the thin piece of paper into his pocket, and walked out of the Cemetery of Death with the jade box in his hand. When Han Shoror walked out safely and looked back, he discovered that the scene was exactly the same as when he'd first arrived. The towering weeds and shrubs, The lush trees that reached the sky were still the same, and the surroundings were still deathly silent. With a satisfied smile on his face, Han Shoro understood that this trip to the dark forest could be considered to have come to an end for now. He had also discovered the legendary Cemetery of Death by sheer luck. The secrets of the Cemetery of Death would belong to him, and no one else, including the necromancy students and teachers. Chapter 45. After exiting the Cemetery of Death, Han Shoro retraced his steps back. However, the sky was already completely bright by the time he reached the halfway point. When Han Shoro arrived at his original encampment according to his memories, he discovered that the necromancy students had long since left. Just as Han Shoro was about to curse out loud, he abruptly took note of his surroundings. He discovered that the traces of charcoal in the place where the bonfire had been kept didn't seem to be from last night, but rather from a few days later. There had been many resources stored in Han Shoro's tent, but there was nothing left now. There were only a few stones piled up next to it, forming a triangle. His thoughts raced. Han Shoro quickly walked to the tent and took out a dagger. He carefully fiddled with the stones and picked out a piece of yellow paper after a while. "Brian, we discovered traces of the two ogres in the vicinity the day after you left. We didn't wait for you because we were afraid that the ogres would come back for revenge. After you read this note, return to the academy on your own. Perhaps we'll meet on the way. I hope you're safe and sound. Fanny." The note had been left behind by Fanny. Han Shoro slapped his head after reading it and cursed inwardly. After reading this note, Han Shoro finally understood that a long time must have passed unknowingly when he'd been training his magical yuan. It definitely hadn't been just a day. It looked like the appearance of the two ogres had caused Fanny and the others to panic. Add to that the fact that they were deep south of the dark forest, and without Clark's protection, they had no choice but to return the way they'd come. Up until now, Han Shoro's status as a slave hadn't been removed, and the woman Han Shoro wanted was still within the academy, as well as some necromancy books. Han Shoro wouldn't be able to leave the academy in the near future. With the 6 magic wands in hand, Han Shoro could enter and exit the Cemetery of Death at will. When he returned to the academy, Han Shoro could use the transportation matrix to make the Cemetery of Death his personal territory. He could use the entire southern part of the dark forest as a training ground in the future. Whether it was magical yuan or magical yuan training, it would yield twice the results with half the effort in such a place. After a moment's thought, Han Shoro quickly ran out of the dark forest according to Fanny's instructions on the note. After a day of non-stop travel, Han Shoro didn't feel the slightest bit tired. He weaved through the uneven paths of the dark forest. Han Shoro's speed was as fast as lightning, as swift as a magical beast chasing its prey. Han Shoro arrived at a place overgrown with rocks at dusk. Han Shoro's group had camped here once before. Before Han Shoro could approach this place, the sounds of metal clashing could be heard from afar. Han Shoro's heart jumped. Could it be that Fanny and the others were being attacked by the ogres? When his thoughts traveled here, Han Shoro's speed abruptly increased as he flew towards the area overgrown with rocks. Along the way, he encountered many forest troll with oily green skin, wielding knives, forks, and clubs. They continuously attacked Han Shoro, but Han Shoro easily dodged all of them. The forest troll was a race within the dark forest. This race was the mortal enemy of the elves, and had always been suppressed by the elves. Within the dark forest, the forest troll were even more frightening bandits than the ogres. Not only were they strictly disciplined, but they imitated the way humans used troops. They were divided into forest troll warriors, forest troll hunters, and forest troll priests who could use some simple magic. Legend had it that the forest troll had evolved from plants and trees. Like humans, they possessed high intelligence. Within the forest troll had a few unique advantages. They used these advantages to wantonly plunder the resources of other races within the forest, including the goods of some traveling merchants. They were as notorious as the ogres for being bandits. Han Shoro listened carefully to the sounds of battle and quickly dashed forward according to the direction the sounds were coming from. As he sprinted, several long spears were thrown out by the forest troll hunters, whistling towards Han Shoro's back. Han Shuor's 5 senses were exceedingly sensitive as he sprinted. His ears twitched as his body repeatedly changed directions, easily dodging the long spears. A few troll warriors wielded large, sharp axes in their hands and shouted loudly as they rushed towards Han Shuor from the side. However, before they'd even gotten close to Han Shuor had already nimbly dashed past them and continued running towards the center of the battle. After tens of seconds of sprinting, Han Shuor finally arrived at the center of the battle. He saw a line of a dozen or so people wielding longswords, defending against the attacks of the forest troll. The clothing of these dozen or so people clearly belonged to a certain mercenary group. Every one of them was riddled with scars, and it looked like they'd all sustained some sort of injury. There were dozens of forest trolls surrounding them. The troll warriors at the front were engaging in close combat, while the dozen or so troll hunters behind them continuously threw long spears and javelins. The last 5 forest troll priests were releasing simple healing magic and fire of the soul that strengthened the body, healing the injuries of the troll warriors and troll hunters and increasing their physical strength. Looking at the situation, the battle had already been going on for a while. The dozen or so human mercenaries had extraordinary combat abilities, but it was a pity that the forest troll had more people. There were also the troll hunters who threw long-range weapons, and the troll priests who healed and restored physical strength. These 3 combined to deal with the mercenaries that only consisted of warriors, and with their advantage in numbers, they obviously had the absolute advantage. Behind the mercenaries was a short, stocky fatty with a face full of fat. He cursed loudly as his bean-like eyes darted back and forth, as if searching for a way to escape. So it wasn't Fanny and the others. It looked like this had nothing to do with him. Han Shuor thought for a bit and immediately ignored the situation here. He didn't have any thoughts of drawing his sword and helping out, and directly planned on passing these people and continuing on his way out of the dark forest. Except, although Han Shuor didn't have any thoughts of helping out, the forest troll didn't seem to want to let Han Shuor go. A few particularly valiant troll warriors at the front had already raised their enormous battle axes and rushed towards Han Shuor, throwing a few sharp javelins as well. "My apologies, I'm just passing by and will leave immediately. You guys continue to steal from them, it has nothing to do with me." When he saw the troll warriors rush over, Han Shuor didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. He suddenly called out loudly, planning on avoiding them and leaving. "Humans are the most cunning and evil of all races. Kill him." The troll leader of the operation suddenly yelled out harshly in the common language of the continent, human language, next to the troll priests on the perimeter. The troll warriors who'd been momentarily stunned by Han Shuor's words no longer hesitated when they heard their leader's orders. They raised their battle axes and rushed over. F***CK, they're asking for it. Han Shuor was also a little angry. He'd just dodged a few spears when he saw the tall troll warriors rush over with battle axes. It was obvious that they were planning on taking care of him as well. Grabbing a spear beside him, Han Shuor exerted force and grabbed the spear in his hand. Without waiting for the troll warriors to approach him, Han Shuor had already flown up. The spear in his hand was as fast as lightning streaking through the air. There was a soft poochy sound as the spear pierced through the chest of the first troll warrior. It even nailed the troll warrior that was nearer to him. The 2 troll warriors only had time to let out 2 miserable howls before they were pierced by the spear and died instantly. Casually grabbing the battle axe in the hands of one of the troll warriors, Han Shuor yelled out, "If you're asking for it, then don't blame me." After experiencing the incident with the ogres last time, Han Shuor no longer had the slightest bit of timidity when it came to killing people. There was even a faint, inexplicable sense of excitement. Towards these bandits and villains, Han Shuor knew that kindness and begging for mercy were of no use. Only cruel and callous methods would be able to intimidate them. The more timid and weak you were, the more they wouldn't have any scruples. Thus, this time, Han Shuor's actions were extremely vicious, and he faced them with ruthless slaughter. Indeed, after Han Shuor's cruel methods were used, the other 4 troll warriors that had surrounded him revealed panicked expressions on their oily green faces. At the same time, they timidly took a few steps back. The forest troll leader looked at Han Shuor with a bit of fear in his eyes, and a hesitant expression appeared on his face. "Brave warrior, I beg you to save me. It was at this moment that the short fatty that had been blocked by the mercenaries suddenly yelled out in excitement. He looked at Han Shoror with a fiery expression, as if Han Shoror was his savior. Not interested. Han Shoror flatly refused. He picked up the battle axe in his hands and planned to leave after a cold snort. When the short fatty saw that Han Shoror was about to leave, he immediately paled in fright and yelled out in a panic, "Brave warrior, if you can save me, I'm willing to pay handsomely and guarantee that you'll be satisfied." Han Shoror had already taken a few steps when these words were spoken. He suddenly stopped and turned to look at the fatty with a smile. "Honorable sir, how much are you willing to pay?" The fatty started and then hesitated for a moment. He clenched his teeth and stomped his feet, yelling out, 50 gold coins. "I'm sorry, you should find someone else." Han Shoror thought to himself, if it was before, he might have really been tempted by 50 gold coins. But now that he'd entered the dark forest, Han Shoror had discovered that he was completely capable of capturing the Windblade wolves on his own. He no longer felt that 50 gold coins was worth the risk. When he saw that Han Shoror was about to leave, the fatty panicked and yelled out again, 70 at most. Han Shoror didn't even turn his head back as he continued walking forward. 80, 100, 120, 150, 200, 200. Han Shoror's walking body abruptly stopped as he suddenly turned around and quickly rushed back. He opened his mouth and said, "All right, 200 it is then. Count it as me taking a bit of a loss and making friends is fine." "Oh my gosh, 200 gold coins. You're robbing like them. 200 gold coins can buy dozens of slaves. Damn it, hurry up and save me," the fatty yelled with a pained expression. Chapter 46. When Han Shoror arrived at the fatty's side, he noticed that the strongest of the dozen or so mercenaries behind the fatty were 2 journeyman warriors, followed by 6 beginner warriors, and a few trainee warriors. These people were all riddled with wounds, and the 2 strongest journeyman warriors had the most serious injuries. They'd almost lost all ability to fight by now. "Mr. Fabian, we're the ones who are protecting you." The journeyman warrior, who had a bloody hole in his ribs and was still dripping with fresh blood, couldn't help but reveal an anxious expression when he saw Han Shoror swiftly approach. He spoke to the short, stocky fatty. "The situation now is quite obvious. You've already lost all ability to fight and are unable to provide effective protection for me. I've already paid half of the gold coins to your mercenary band before, but because you haven't been able to safely escort me back to the Empire, I won't be paying the remaining half." Fabian spoke with a face full of resignation, and then a genial smile hung on his face. He bowed to Han Shoror and said, "Brave warrior, please take me away from here. I'll pay you 200 gold coins." "All right, give me 100 gold coins first and I'll start immediately." Han Shoror was unperturbed and also smiled as he spoke. At this moment, the troll leader saw that Han Shoror didn't seem to have any intentions of leaving. He finally roared out in fury, "Crafty, evil human, kill them all." The troll warriors, hunters, and priests, who had been standing there blankly a moment ago, once again yelled out a few strange words in the forest troll's language as soon as the troll leader's words had sounded. "All right, here's 100 gold coins. I'll give you another 100 gold coins when you take me away safely from here." "Damn it, they're already charging over, you better hurry up and move." Fabian hastily took out a money pouch and poured out 100 gold coins, handing it to Han Shoror as he watched the forest troll charge over with a sinister expression and a weapon in his hand. As soon as the 100 gold coins were in his hands, Han Shoror suddenly smiled and rushed towards Fabian. Before Fabian could react, Han Shoror had already carried him on his back and pulled out a few strips of gauze from an open pocket on the side, tightly wrapping them around Fabian's back without any explanation. "Let's go. I'll bring you out of here safely. You must hold on tight to me. Don't blame me if you fall off on your own," Han Shoror hurriedly ordered. He threw away the battle axe in his hand and grabbed a spear from the side. Then, he suddenly rushed towards the periphery. 7 troll warriors had long since blocked the way. Behind them were some troll hunters and 2 troll priests. As soon as they saw Han Shoror rush over, their spears and javelins had already been thrown out, whistling towards Han Shoror. Even with a fatty on his back, Han-Shor still seemed very relaxed as he maneuvered through the rugged path. Nimbly changing directions, Han-Shor easily dodged a few spears and javelins. When Han-Shor had rushed to the side of the 7 troll warriors, the troll warriors, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed over with large strides, wielding their battle axes. Tightly gripping a spear in his hand, Han-Shor's body swiftly closed in, the spear stabbing towards the chest of the first troll warrior. A flower of blood suddenly blossomed on his chest as the troll warrior's body trembled and fell backwards. At this moment, the troll priests in the back started chanting healing and fire of the soul magic. Several streaks of green light were cast onto the troll warriors. The troll warrior that had fallen earlier stood up shakily. After the other troll warriors had been covered by the magic of the fire of the soul, their originally hard green skin seemed to have been coated with a layer of iron. It actually flashed with a kind of metallic luster. Then their speed and strength increased at the same time, and they rushed over with loud roars. "Hurry, hurry up and get me out of here." Fabian was pale with fright as he cried out frantically on Han-Shor's back. The expression on his face didn't change as Han-Shor turned a deaf ear to Fabian's screams. The spear in his hand was suddenly thrown out, piercing the troll warrior that had shakily stood up through the neck and nailing him to the ground. He then pulled out the spears and javelins that had been stabbed into the ground and threw them one by one at the priests hiding in the back. A troll priest couldn't dodge in time and was pierced to death on the spot by the javelins. 2 other troll hunters were also pierced through the chest and died. At this moment, Han-Shor casually pulled out a spear and began to fend off the troll warriors that had already arrived in front of him. The fire of the soul magic had been cast on the troll warriors, and all of their bodily functions had received an upgrade. However, Han-Shor's magical training had been somewhat successful, and the toughness and agility of his body still far exceeded theirs. As he danced with his spear, he flicked the battle axes into the air. During this process, the troll warriors would also pull out the javelins and spears that had been stabbed into the ground after their battle axes had slipped and flown out of their hands, firmly blocking the way as they tangled with Han-Shor. With a fatty on his back, Han-Shor was fighting 1 against 6. Even though he was able to dodge very quickly, he still couldn't completely deflect all of the damage. Whenever danger approached, Han-Shor would very evilly use Fabian on his back as a shield, using Fabian's fat body to minimize the damage on his own body. "Damn it, you can't do this. Otherwise, don't even think about getting the next 100 gold coins." Fabian's but had been pierced by a spear, and a few bloody wounds had also appeared on his back from the javelins. He continuously cried out in panic on Han-Shor's back. It was a pity that Han-Shor had already completely ignored Fabian's complaints. He pulled out the spear that had been stabbed into the chest of a troll warrior, and fresh blood suddenly sprayed out, spraying all over Han-Shor's body. Han-Shor's expression was already sinister and severe to begin with, and he looked even more like the reincarnation of the Grim Reaper after being sprayed with fresh blood. Fabian, on the other hand, immediately froze in shock and didn't dare say anything else. He only sobbed on Han-Shor's back. Kill him, let's go together." When the troll leader saw that Han-Shor had killed quite a few forest troll in a row, he suddenly roared in rage. Even he himself raised a battle axe and rushed over from behind. Now, Han-Shor was fighting 1 against 5. Although it didn't seem particularly strenuous for him, it was still very difficult for him to charge out of the encirclement of the 5. When the troll leader's words fell and more troll warriors rushed over, Han-Shor dodged the attack of a battle axe and took a few steps back. "Fallen warriors of the dead, heed the Dark Herald's call and reveal your existence." Han-Shor suddenly chanted the undead summoning incantation as he spread his hands. "Oh, my gosh, you're actually a mage as well." Fabian, who had been sobbing softly, was instantly dumbfounded when he saw that Han-Shor had actually chanted a magical incantation. He looked at Han-Shor with a confused expression, and let out a strange cry. The troll leader in the distance was also shocked, and then rushed over even faster, roaring loudly, "Kill him, hurry and kill him." The little skull wielding the bone dagger suddenly appeared in front of Han-Shor. Its thin and small body stood there all by itself, and its empty eyes scanned the surroundings blankly. "No way, why is it just a little skull, and such a skinny one at that? What's the use of this?" Fabian couldn't help but cry out in alarm when he saw that Hanshuro had only summoned a skeleton. Wahaha, so it's just a skeleton. That gave me a fright. Kill them. When the troll leader realized that it was just a little skull after his initial shock, he immediately started jeering and ordering the forest troll warriors to quickly approach. Hanshuro's eyes were cold, and the corners of his mouth also curved into a mocking smile. He immediately gave the little skull the order to attack as soon as the troll leader's words fell. When the little skull received Hanshuro's order to attack, its calf bones bent and straightened, and it suddenly shot out like a sharp sword. The bone dagger in its hand drew a dark streak of light through the air, flying out first. With a poochie, the troll warrior that had rushed over first was directly pierced through the forehead by the bone dagger like a piece of paper, and fell backwards stiffly. The little skull didn't stop after it pierced through the skull of a troll warrior. It whistled through the air under the control of the little skull, as if it were a ghost seeking death. It made an ear-splitting howl as it moved in a mysterious and unpredictable arc, piercing through two troll warriors in a row. When the little skull neared these troll warriors, it automatically returned to the little skull's hand. The moment the bone dagger left his hand, 3 troll warriors had lost their lives in the blink of an eye. After the little skull's attack, the extremely disappointed Fabian and the loudly mocking troll leader were both dumbfounded. They stared closely at the little skull, who was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, in disbelief. The little skull grasped the bone dagger in his hand and nimbly began to reap the lives of the troll warriors. Oh my gosh, am I seeing things? Is this really just a skeletal warrior? Fabian finally reacted and screamed in excitement. If it wasn't for the gauze wrapping around him, he might have fallen to the ground from the excitement. Don't go near him. Everyone, stay away from that skeleton. Use spears, javelins, and battle axes to kill that little skull. After the shock, the troll leader commanded loudly with a face full of fear. His originally approaching body stopped abruptly and he began to retreat timidly. The troll warriors that were still close to the little skull all retreated. As soon as they left, the sky full of spears, javelins, and battle axes of the troll warriors flew out at the same time, smashing and stabbing towards the little skull. Hanshuro was startled and thought that no matter how strong the little skull was, he would probably be hit by such a fierce barrage of attacks. It would be too late even if he chanted the incantation to withdraw the dagger now. Hanshuro was secretly anxious and began to truly worry for the little skull. However, the little skull's unimaginably flashy performance completely overturned Hanshuro's knowledge and understanding of him. Chapter 47. At this moment, the 7 bone spurs on Little Skull's back suddenly swayed with a creaking sound. When the sky full of javelins, spears, and axes were about to fall on Little Skull's body, the 7 bone spurs instantly detached from Little Skull's back and spiraled out, whistling as they intertwined and spun above Little Skull's head. Little Skull stood where he was, holding the bone dagger in his hand. His little body danced as if he was having an epileptic fit. Under Little Skull's control, the 7 bone spurs drew mysterious arcs in the air as if they were being waved by invisible hands. Pa 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 sounds rang out continuously. The flying javelins, spears, and axes were all broken by the crisscrossing 7 bone spurs. None of them could get close to Little Skull's small body. Hanshuro pinched his own waist. After feeling the pain, he realized how real this moment was. Not only could the little skeleton wield the bone dagger in battle, but he'd also been able to wield the 7 bone spurs on his back, turning them into terrifying weapons that could claim lives. This made Hanshuro feel that the little skeleton at this moment was inconceivable. The method of demon control was a demonic cultivation method that allowed one to control demonic treasures to attack. The last time Hanshuro had inexplicably transferred those memories to the little skeleton, he'd seen the little skeleton control the bone dagger and fly. This was already enough to astonish Hanshuro. But now, the fact that Little Skull could even control the 7 bone spurs on his back had completely shocked Hanshuro. In order to use the method of demon control, apart from understanding the method of demon control, one also needed to have a demonic treasure that was connected to one's life. Only when one's mind and spirit were connected to the demonic treasure would one be able to use it naturally. It looked like the 7 bone spurs and bone dagger had unknowingly become Little Skull's personal demonic treasures under the continuous forging of magical yuan. Without a demonic treasure in hand, Han Shao still couldn't use the method of demon control. Who would have thought that the Little Skull, a dark creature, had already walked ahead of Han Shao and successfully activated it first? Oh my gosh! What kind of monster is this Little Skull? Fabian moaned in excitement and nervousness, exclaiming in a low, dumbfounded voice. The forest trolls were also completely dumbfounded after the javelins, pikes, and battle axes that had been flying towards them had all been smashed to pieces. The 7 bone spurs that had been circling around the little skeleton abruptly shot out in all directions, piercing through the 7 forest trolls that were standing there dumbly. Demon, this is a demon with a skeleton body, run! An extremely panicked scream suddenly came out of a forest troll's mouth. This seemed to be a signal to retreat. When the forest trolls heard this, they all began to flee for their lives in all directions like stray dogs. Even the forest troll leader from before didn't utter a single word as he fled without a care in which direction he went. The development of a situation was always so unexpected. Han Shao, who had only planned on breaking through the encirclement and escaping, hadn't expected that the 7 bone spurs of Little Skull would have such terrifying power. By the time Han Shao had come to his senses, apart from a dozen or so forest troll corpses, there wasn't a single living forest troll left. Wahahaha, good boy, good boy. Han Shao suddenly felt a sense of relief and couldn't help but laugh wildly. At the same time, the 7 bone spurs circled once in the air and accurately returned to the Little Skull's back. Little Skull then bent his legs and raised the bone dagger in his hand, starting to loot the first forest troll's corpse with practiced ease, taking away everything apart from the clothes on their bodies. Give it to me, the other 100 gold coins. Putting Fabian down, Han Shao had a faint smile on his face as he asked for the rest of the reward from the dumbfounded Fabian. At this moment, Fabian's gaze was still roving over the Little Skull's body, and he only reacted when Han Shao's voice sounded. Fabian was about to take out the gold coins when he suddenly thought of something and glared at Han Shao. No way. You used me as a shield when you were fighting the forest troll just now. Your actions have completely harmed your employer's interests, and you still want the other 100 gold coins? Han Shao's face instantly grew cold as his cold gaze roved over Fabian's body. He casually pulled out a javelin beside him and said faintly, "Mr. Fabian, are you trying to renege on your debt?" On the other side, the Little Skull, who was collecting the spoils of war, also suddenly stopped and looked at Fabian with its empty eye sockets. Fabian suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and his heart trembled. He hastily squeezed out a smile and backed up a few steps, saying, just kidding, just kidding. Heh, haha. Here's 100 gold coins, not a single one less. Thank you for your hard work." Putting away the 100 gold coins, Han Shao gave a faint and didn't waste any more words. A carefree feeling rose in his heart as he thought to himself that he was indeed successful in every endeavor when he had unyielding strength. Honorable warrior, the items on those forest trolls' bodies, mine, they're all mine. Han Shao had already cut off Fabian's words before he'd even finished speaking, taking those items as his spoils of war as a matter of course. Forcing out an awkward laugh, Fabian said repeatedly, of course they're all yours. What I meant was that I can buy the items that were looted from the forest trolls' bodies." Creasing his brow, Han Shao looked suspiciously at Fabian and then hung a smile on his face again. He mimicked Clark and bowed courteously, saying, "Mr. Fabian means that you plan on using gold coins to buy these items?" This face sure changes quickly. Fabian cursed inwardly and nodded with a similar smile on his face. "Indeed, I'm a merchant. I enter and exit the Dark Forest in order to purchase some items from the Dark Forest and then bring them back to the Empire for profit. The forest troll are notorious bandits in the Dark Forest. They should have some things that I need on their bodies. If you don't mind, warrior, I plan on buying them." At this moment, the Little Skull silently walked to Han Shao's side with 8 bags hanging from his 2 hand bones. Under Han Shao's orders, the Little Skull put down the 8 bags and used the bone dagger in his hand to open them one by one. Han Shore also placed the items from his journey on the ground and looked at Fabian, awaiting his valuation. 8 magicite cores of magical beasts of the 5th rank, 6 of the 4th rank, and 1 of the 3rd rank. 3 windblade wolf pelts, 3 venomous lizard fangs, 1 young deepwater venom python egg, and 5 stalks of moonfeeder grass. I can pay you 1,000 gold coins for all of these, how about it? Fabian silently calculated after categorizing these items and lifted his head to smile at Han Shore. Shaking his head, Han Shore said sarcastically, not much. The deepwater venom python is a level 3 magical creature. Just one of its eggs should be worth quite a bit, not to mention the core of a level 3 magical creature. Do you think I'm an idiot by only offering 1,000 gold coins? Han Shore knew that the price of a level 3 magical creature wouldn't be low. Because he didn't know the exact price, Han Shore hadn't clearly stated the exact number of gold coins. However, it was inevitable that the merchant's asking price would be far lower than the market price. Therefore, Han Shore naturally wouldn't let him take it so easily. The deepwater venom python is a level 3 magical creature, but the chances of nurturing a deepwater venom python from its egg are pitifully small, and it might not even recognize its master. Therefore, the price can't be too high. How about this? I'll offer 1,500 gold coins, what do you think? Han Shore didn't say anything and only looked at Fabian with a slight smile. 2,000 gold coins, that's my bottom line. If you really aren't willing to sell, then forget it. I'll leave right now. Fabian gritted his teeth and finally raised the price by another 500 gold coins. Seeing that it was about right, Han Shore chuckled lightly and said faintly, 2,000 it is. The items are yours now. Where are the gold coins? These items would definitely be worth more than this if they were brought to the Empire. However, Han Shore was still in the dark forest right now and didn't have a space ring. It wouldn't be convenient to bring these items with him. In addition, Han Shore's identity was only an errand slave of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. It would be difficult to deal with him once he arrived in the Empire. It would be more convenient and direct to hand it over to Fabian. This is a crystal card with 2,000 gold coins on it. Take this crystal card and you can exchange it for gold coins at any savings merchant. Oh, right, what's your name? I can help you print your name onto the crystal card. Fabian took out a thin golden crystal card and asked Han Shore. Brian. Oh, all right, Brian. After Fabian took out the crystal card, he also took out something that looked like a thin needle and lightly drew it across a thin slit in the corner of the crystal card. A faint golden light flickered and the crystal card returned to normal. Han Shore had been in this world for a period of time. After purposefully understanding this world, he understood that crystal cards were like the bank cards of his original world. Gold, silver, and copper coins were all items with weight. No one could carry thousands upon thousands of gold coins on their person. This kind of crystal card was a necessity for nobles. It could be used to store and withdraw gold coins from the ubiquitous savings merchants of the Empire. Here you go, Brian. From now on, this crystal card is yours. Fabian smiled faintly after handing the crystal card to Han Shore. He looked at Han Shore and said, I'm Fabian, a member of the Empire's Boot Merchant Guild. If you have anything to sell or buy in the future, you can find me at the Boot Merchant Guild. This is my address, keep it safe. The Boot Merchant Guild was one of the largest merchant guilds in the Empire and was controlled by the Boot family. Even with Han Shore's ignorance and inexperience, he had heard of some of the Boot Merchant Guild's remarkable abilities. Now that he heard Fabian's words, Han Shore immediately put away the hard piece of paper that Fabian had handed over and said with a smile, Mr. Fabian, it's a pleasure to meet you. Perhaps there really will be a time when I'll need your help in the future. The forest troll won't dare disturb you anymore. Our business ends here, goodbye. Han Shore didn't say anything else after he'd finished speaking. He gave the little skull an order, and the man and the skeleton quickly disappeared into the distance. Hey, brave mercenaries, I think our business can continue. Fabian couldn't help but cheer when he saw Han Shore suddenly leave. He walked towards the mercenaries who were tending to their wounds in the distance. Chapter 48. After leaving Fabian, Han Shuro headed straight for the outskirts of the dark forest, taking the same paths he had taken before. Han Shuro continued to train his magical yuan along the way. After his body had been reconstructed in the solid realm, Han Shuro could be said to have been reborn anew. His training in magical yuan was now fruitful, and his magical yuan could circulate to all parts of his body as he willed it. There were 9 levels to training in magical yuan, and Han Shuro had now reached the 2nd level, opening the meridians. The training of opening the meridians was a bit different from the solid realm. It mainly focused on the process of expanding the meridians of the entire body, greatly increasing the width and toughness of the meridians. Every time he trained, the process of opening the meridians was extremely painful, as if there were bugs gnawing at his meridians. The first 3 levels of demonic magic, the solid body, the opening of the meridians, and the mold spirit were the most basic parts. The further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to train. However, with the experience of training in the solid realm, Han Shuro had already understood that the training of demonic magic was accompanied by pain and inhuman torture. The inhuman pain of the opening of the meridians level was also within his expectations. He harnessed his unyielding will and used his magical yuan to expand his meridians over and over again. After 12 days of training and hurrying on his way, Han Shuro didn't run into Fanny and the others along the way. He finally walked out of the dark forest alone and once again arrived at the town of Droll in the evening. Compared to a month ago, Han Shuro's strength, spirit, and appearance had all undergone tremendous changes after experiencing the trials of the dark forest. Han Shuro was now a bit over 1.7 meters tall. Although his body wasn't very muscular, he no longer appeared thin and weak. After the baptism of fresh blood, Han Shuro's courage and knowledge had all greatly increased. His entire temperament had also undergone some mysterious changes. Han Shuro himself didn't even know that he was slowly changing. At dusk, the town of Droll was brimming with a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Many adventurers had returned from the dark forest. Some had faces full of sorrow after losing their companions, while others had satisfied smiles on their faces after obtaining abundant items. They planned on spending a good time in the town of Droll. When Han Shuro returned to the town of Droll, he first went to where Jean and the others had stored their warhorses. Han Shuro observed from afar and discovered that the warhorses they'd rented from the military were still there. He immediately understood that Fanny and the others hadn't returned to the town of Droll yet. Although they'd spent gold coins on the warhorses, the necromancy teachers and students still only had the right to use them. They still had to return the warhorses to the city guards of Zajoski when they'd returned to Droll. Since the warhorses were still there, this meant that Fanny and the others hadn't left yet. Han Shuro naturally knew that he would be much faster than Fanny and the others if he'd hurried on without stopping. Perhaps Fanny and the others would encounter magical creatures along the way and be delayed. Therefore, it was within Han Shuro's expectations that Fanny and the others hadn't returned. When he arrived at the small hotel that Fanny and the others had stayed in, Han Shuro walked up to the owner's counter and said with a slight smile, "I'd like to stay." The shopkeeper was squinting his eyes as he ate his fruit. He lifted his head to look at Han Shuro and said lazily, "Hey, it's you. Give me 10 copper coins. That storeroom is always empty. You can go over now." Last time, when Han Shuro had come with Jean and the others, Jean had specially rented a warehouse for Han Shuro and had been looked down upon by the owner. Therefore, when the owner saw that it was Han Shuro, he naturally assumed that with Han Shuro's status, he could only rent that warehouse. Not angry, Han Shuro smiled faintly and took out the money pouch from his waist. He shook it with a clatter and poured out a gold coin onto the round wooden table. He flicked a glance at the owner and said, "I don't want to stay in the warehouse." The owner, who had been lazy just a moment ago, suddenly sat up with a whoosh and picked up the gold coin on the round table. A professional smile quickly appeared on his face and he said loudly, "Of course, of course. How could a warehouse be worth 1 gold coin? Cute little fellow, just tell me which room you'd like to stay in. 1 gold coin is only more, no less." The treatment of gold coins was completely different indeed. Han Shuro smiled faintly and nodded, "I'd like the room that the female teacher stayed in last time." "You make the arrangements," No problem at all. Here's the key, 1 gold coin is enough for you to stay there for 5 days. Do you have any other requests, little fellow? The owner was all smiles as he merrily took out a key from the drawer behind the table and handed it to Han Shoror, asking with a flattering tone. Nothing else, go back to your work. Han Shoror took the key and headed straight for the room that Fanny had stayed in before. He thought to himself that the power of money had the same miraculous effects no matter which world he was in. It looked like gold coins were the most indispensable thing in order to establish a foothold in this world. When he arrived at the room that Fanny had stayed in before, Han Shoror put down his belongings and took a nice, hot bath in the bathtub. Thinking back to his encounter with Fanny last time, Han Shoror felt a wave of flames steaming out of his body. His lower body was already uncontrollably becoming hard. Cursing inwardly, Han Shoror stood up completely naked and picked up a dry towel from the side to wipe his body. He was about to leave the bathroom when he saw his well-built body in the large mirror on the side. In the mirror, Han Shoror's muscles bulged and his body was well proportioned. His skin had taken on a bronze color after this period of exposure to the sun, looking healthy, powerful, and full of masculinity. It was a world of difference from his previous frail and skinny self. Pinching his chest muscles that were neither too big nor too small, he struck a few poses in front of the mirror. Han Shoror narcissistically pointed at his reflection in the mirror and praised, "Little fellow, you're quite handsome." After leaving the hotel, Han Shoror first went to the clothing store and spent 1 gold coin to purchase a set of soft, first-rate underwear. He wore it under the errand boy uniform that the academy had previously distributed. Afterwards, Han Shoror went to the weapons store and spent 10 gold coins to purchase a dagger of even better quality. He spent 4 gold coins to buy 15 sharp steel needles to pin to his thighs, and 6 gold coins to buy a miniature crossbow to hide in his sleeves, fully arming his body. Afterwards, Han Shoror went to the medicine store and took out 40 gold coins to buy some potions and powders. Apart from some simple medical supplies, there were also some anesthetic and hallucinogenic aphrodisiac powders, and a bottle of poison. Some of these things were prohibited from being sold in the Empire's Ossen city. Even if Han Shoror had the money and didn't have the connections, he still wouldn't be able to get his hands on them. However, in the town of Droll, they could be openly sold because adventurers needed them. Since Han Shoror had come here, and now that he understood the importance of strength, he naturally had to buy some in case he needed them in the future. After all these things were in his hands, Han Shoror finally sighed with emotion at how good it felt to be rich. After walking out of the medicine store, even Han Shoror's spine was straighter than usual. With gold coins in his purse, it seemed that everything suddenly went smoothly. On the way to the hotel, Han Shoror's stomach churned when he saw a few big and small taverns with bright lights. Afterwards, Han Shoror complied with his body's needs and turned into one of the taverns. The tavern was extremely noisy and the neon lights flickered chaotically on the roof. A few adventurers and merchants gathered in groups of 3 to 5 on the tables and chairs in the hall, talking loudly about their adventures. These people's faces were flushed red and they held wine cups in their hands, shouting and chatting without the slightest scruple in their drunken stupor. Delicacies were placed everywhere on the tables, and a few young male and female attendants shuttled back and forth among them, serving them fine wine and dishes. Han Shoror walked straight to the only empty table in the corner of the hall and sat down. A bashful young attendant quickly walked in front of Han Shoror and asked politely, "Excuse me, what would you like?" "Good wine, good meat, give me some." Han Shoror took out a gold coin and flicked his thumb onto the attendant's plate, casually opening his mouth to instruct. When the attendant saw the gold coin land, his eyes immediately lit up and he bowed even more respectfully. Without batting an eyelid, he put away the gold coin and said softly with a smile, "All right, please wait a moment, it will be served immediately." Since he had a gold coin, he should enjoy it to the fullest. Han Shoror leaned lazily against his chair and narrowed his eyes as he sized up the various adventurers and merchants in the hall. Some of them had just returned from the dark forest, while others were about to enter. Some had just escaped danger, while others were planning on entering unknown dangers. All of them were letting loose their inhibitions and releasing their energy, thoroughly enjoying the depravity of the town of Droll. After a while, a bottle of light purple wine, 3 large plates of roasted meat, and 2 plates of fruits were delivered to Han Shuor's table by the bashful attendant. "This is purple Leylan, the most famous wine in the town of Droll. All adventurers love to drink this. I hope you will be satisfied." The attendant pointed at the bottle of light purple wine and introduced it after setting down the items, then bowed and retreated. Han Shuor couldn't wait any longer as he grabbed the roasted meat and started wolfing it down. Although the taste wasn't as delicious as when he'd roasted it himself, it was still pretty good. Twisting open the bottle, a large mouthful of purple Leylan flowed down his throat. The luscious sweetness carried a hint of fiery heat, and the mellow aftertaste lingered in his mouth after entering his stomach, giving Han Shuor a different kind of enjoyment. "Good wine indeed," Han Shuor praised. When he lifted his head to look around, he suddenly saw 2 familiar faces walk in from the doorway, Claude and Irene. Claude and Irene looked around, as if searching for an empty seat. Their gazes fell upon Han Shuor at the same time. After a moment of surprise, they actually started walking in Han Shuor's direction at the same time. Chapter 49. Isn't this the necromancy mage's errand boy? Claude walked up to Han Shuor and looked at Han Shuor in surprise, frowning as he spoke. "Necromancy errand boy Brian, I didn't think I'd run into the 2 of you here." Han Shuor nodded and drank another mouthful of purple Leylan, responding with a slight smile. "It looks like there aren't any seats left. Claude, why don't we go somewhere else to eat?" Irene swept her gaze over Han Shuor with a trace of disgust in her eyes. "No need. Many of the taverns in Droll should be packed at this time. There's only 1 seat for Brian anyways, and since we're all from the academy, I think Brian wouldn't mind if we sat down. Isn't that right, Brian?" Claude smiled faintly at Irene and then stared merrily at Han Shuor. "Of course, if you don't think that sitting with an errand boy like me is beneath your dignity, I'd be very happy to sit with you." Claude had injured his little skull in order to curry favor with Irene last time. Perhaps Claude hadn't taken this matter to heart, but Han Shuor had silently noted it down. Now that his strength had increased, Han Shuor had less and less scruples in his actions. He'd been fretting about how he couldn't take revenge on Claude, but now that he'd delivered himself to his doorstep, of course he wasn't going to let him go. "I hate those from the necromancy major, and errand boys are no exception." Irene frowned and flicked a glance at Claude, saying coldly. Claude started and then shot a meaningful glance at Irene, smiling faintly at Han Shuor. "Brian, weren't you with the necromancy major? How come I don't see them, and you're the only one here? Oh, to think that an errand boy like you would be able to enjoy such sumptuous food and fine wine. How surprising." Irene also looked at Han Shuor in surprise after hearing Claude's words. She seemed to be very concerned about Claude's question, and was in no hurry to leave. Claude noticed Irene's interest and politely wiped the dust off the chair in front of her. After gesturing for Irene to sit down, he calmly sat down and looked at Han Shuor. Tearing apart the roasted meat in his hand, Han Shuor sent it into his stomach as if nothing had happened. He took another gulp of wine and burped. He rubbed his stomach in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Master Fanny and the others should be back soon. They were afraid that I would drag them down, so they gave me some gold to wait for them here. Is there a problem?" No. So that's what happened. By the way, Brian, how was your harvest this time? Did you hunt any high-level magical beasts? Claude asked Han Shuor with a smile, winking at Irene again. Irene revealed an attentive expression and also looked at Han Shuor, seeming to be quite concerned about the necromancy mage's harvest. Shaking his head, Han Shuor said, "I don't know," I returned midway. "I don't know if they had any great harvests, but I think they've gained quite a bit this time." Chmph. What harvest could they possibly have with those people? At most, they could hunt some 5th-level magical beasts. I'm afraid they'd have a hard time killing 4th-level magical beasts. Irene looked disdainfully at Han Shuor and snorted coldly. Han Shuor only flicked a faint glance at Irene's mockery and didn't say much. Claude had already called over a waiter at this time and also used a gold coin to purchase some wine and meat. Han Shuor was thinking about how he could retaliate against Claude. After thinking for a while, A trace of an evil smile appeared on his lips. He threw a banana peel from the plate in front of him at his feet without batting an eyelid. When a waiter quickly walked over with a plate, Hanshaw pushed off with the tip of his right foot and the peel suddenly flew out from under the table. The waiter quickly walked over with the plate in his hand. He stepped on the peel of the fruit and staggered forward with a cry of surprise. The plate in his hand suddenly flew out and landed on Claude and Irene's backs. Claude and Irene moved upon hearing the noise and suddenly turned around. Claude's right hand suddenly raised high and blocked the plate that was flying towards him. At the same time, Hanshaw's left hand shot out like lightning and flicked his pinky. The grey-white psychedelic aphrodisiac powder had already soundlessly landed at the bottom of Claude's wine cup. "Be careful when you walk." Claude frowned at this moment and passed the plate in his right hand to the waiter who'd stood up again after falling down. He spoke with displeasure. "Thank you, noble knight. I will definitely be careful in the future." The waiter took the plate from Claude's hand with trepidation and quickly left after bowing. Hanshaw was unperturbed and lowered his head as he held his wine cup, drinking as if nothing had happened, as if he hadn't noticed what had just happened. Claude and Irene didn't say anything else to Hanshaw afterwards. Claude chatted attentively with Irene and drank cup after cup of purple leyland mixed with psychedelic aphrodisiac powder. Irene's expression was cold as she responded to Claude in a half-hearted manner. It looked like she hadn't accepted Claude's affection yet. "Enjoy your meal, I still have matters to attend to and will be leaving first." Hanshaw saw Claude drink a few cups of purple leyland and knew that the psychedelic aphrodisiac powder must have already been absorbed by Claude. He immediately stood up and spoke. Claude and Irene had always looked down on Hanshaw to begin with and didn't think much of a minor errand boy like him. They wanted nothing more than for Hanshaw to leave as soon as possible so that he wouldn't be an eyesore to them. When Hanshaw had spoken thus, the two waved their hands at the same time, indicating that Hanshaw should leave earlier. After drinking a bit of wine, the disdain on their faces was no longer concealed. After leaving the tavern with a faint smile, Hanshaw stood alone in a street corner next to the tavern and waited for a while. Claude's face was flushed red as he walked out shoulder to shoulder with the slightly blushing Irene and headed towards the north of the town of Droll. The sky was already dark at this time, and the town of Droll was brightly lit. It was the busiest time of the day. Groups of adventurers and merchants drunkenly yelled as they passed by. Hanshaw silently followed behind the two and saw them enter a luxurious tavern. He then stood on the side of the street, waiting to watch them make a fool of themselves. From what Hanshaw had observed just now, Claude probably hadn't moved Irene's heart yet. If, at this time, Claude, under the influence of the psychedelic aphrodisiac powder, did anything improper to her, he would definitely be beaten up by Irene. Clutching a handful of fruits in his hand, Hanshaw ate leisurely as he thought viciously. After a while, there was still no movement from within the tavern. Just as Hanshaw grew a bit impatient from waiting, Claude suddenly walked out of the tavern with a flushed face and hurried steps towards the street. Hanshaw's heart jumped. He hadn't thought that Claude's willpower would be so strong, and that he hadn't completely lost his reason even now. But looking at Claude's current appearance, Hanshaw knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. He hurriedly followed Claude's footsteps from a distance. Indeed, he'd only walked a dozen or so meters when an older woman with heavy makeup and revealing clothing waved at him. Claude couldn't hold on any longer and huffed heavily as he made his way into the alleyway. It looked like he was planning on taking care of his physical needs nearby. "Hey! Was that Claude just now?" A cry of surprise came from the side of the street. Hanshaw turned his head to look and was suddenly overjoyed. He thought to himself that the heavens were helping him. He saw the light major teacher, Beecher, pass by with a few light major students. One of the sharp-eyed female students just happened to see Claude and the seductive, revealing woman make their way into the alleyway and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. No way, how could Claude be this kind of person? He's a noble knight and wouldn't come to a place like this to fool around. Besides, Claude is currently pursuing Irene, so it's even more impossible that he would do this. Beecher furrowed his brow and said doubtfully, not quite believing it. "It really is him, I'm sure I didn't see wrong. If you don't believe me, let's go in and take a look." The female student who had spoken before thought for a moment and said with certainty, "Let's go, Katie, this isn't your business. Don't be a busybody." Beecher was silent for a moment and urged the students to leave quickly. Katie looked angrily at the alleyway, thought for a moment and stomped her feet. How can this be? I'll go tell Irene right now. If Claude isn't in the room right now, then it must be him. I won't allow Claude to deceive Irene's feelings. Katie ran off with a huff as soon as she'd finished speaking and sped towards the hotel where Irene was staying. The other light major students looked at each other when they saw Katie leave and didn't know what to do for a moment. Hanshaw almost couldn't restrain himself from laughing out loud. He hadn't thought that things would be so coincidental. Hanshaw had originally planned on making a move himself and thinking of ways to trick Irene into coming here. He hadn't thought that Claude's luck would be so bad. It looked like it would be difficult for him not to be unlucky today. After a while, a frosty Irene and a fuming Katie quickly walked over from afar. One could tell from Irene's expression that she was absolutely furious. Claude had no way of explaining himself now. Claude really isn't in the hotel. It looks like my eyes weren't deceiving me at all. It must have been him just now. Irene, I think we'll be able to catch him red-handed if we go in now. Claude is too disgusting to do such a despicable thing as a noble knight. Katie looked angrily at the alleyway when she'd arrived. Irene nodded with a cold face and didn't waste another word. She pulled Katie and rushed into the alleyway. Beecher and the others were afraid that something would happen and followed after a moment of hesitation. When they'd all gone in, Hanshaw finally walked unhurriedly towards the entrance of the alleyway with a malicious smile on his face. Chapter 50. Moonlight spilled into the dense forest, and there were only the soft cries of insects in the surroundings. However, with Hanshaw's sensitive ears, he could hear Claude's low breathing as he suppressed his anger. "Damned lowly servant, pig, who do you think you are to trick me?" Claude's suppressed rage finally exploded as he looked at Hanshaw fiercely. His usual sunny demeanor had already disappeared beyond the highest heavens. A barrage of attacks rained down on Hanshaw's body. Hanshaw covered his head with his hands and didn't make a move to block, forcefully enduring Claude's thunderous rage. He finally curled up and fell to the ground, looking like he couldn't take any more heavy blows. Hanshaw, who had been thinking with a wry smile, was caught off guard and stumbled to the left from a slap to the face. It was a good thing that Hanshaw's body was far stronger than the average person's, and he steadied himself amidst the chaos. After regaining his footing, he held his cheek and looked at Claude with a wry smile. "Little fellow, what are you doing here?" The skinny mage looked at Hanshaw and asked with a slight smile. "All right." Hanshaw thought carefully for a moment. He knew that he was in trouble this time and had already prepared himself to be beaten up by Claude. He followed behind Claude and gradually walked out of the town of Droll, arriving in a dense forest to the southwest of the town. "I'm the son of the chief of the Griffin Legion. You damned errand slave, how dare you hurt me?" Claude's body was in so much pain that it felt like it was going to split open, and he shouted angrily in a weak voice. The old mage nodded and thought for a moment with a frown. He said to the female elven archer beside him, "Blanche, go investigate and see if it's the Orcs wolf riders. Every year when it's almost winter, they always send out wolf riders to plunder the border villages of the Empire. How is it? Painful, isn't it? But I won't let you die so easily. Do you know who I am? I am Claude Asher, the son of the commander of the Griffin Legion, Bob Asher. You damned errand slave, how dare you scheme against me and ruin the good time between me and Irene? I will make you suffer and die slowly, ahaha." Claude viciously stared at Hanshaw. He sneered as he drew his long sword and walked towards Hanshaw step by step. However, the geography of the town of Droll is special, and there are large numbers of adventurers and mercenaries inside. Over the years, the Orcs have never sent wolf riders to attack the town of Droll. Why is it so strange this time, and there's still a long time until winter? Irene's face was full of rage as she glared at Claude and scolded him. She said hatefully, "Claude, you're disgusting. I don't want to see you ever again. Katie, let's go." After Hanshaw had walked away, Felix stared oddly at Hanshaw's back and thought for a while before murmuring to himself, I must be overthinking things. There's no way that this kid's senses are stronger than my wind archmage. Hanshaw had thought that he would at most be beaten up by Claude for this kind of prank, but the results now finally made Hanshaw realize the cruelty of reality. Not only did Claude want him dead this time, but he also wanted him to die in extreme pain. This was the cruel reality. Because the process of training this magical yuan was often accompanied by unbearable pain, this caused Hanshaw's personality to change from the casual attitude of the past to one of unyielding determination. Hanshaw had greatly improved both in terms of willpower and endurance towards pain. From the two's cautious attitudes, Hanshaw understood that they should have also sensed the abnormalities in the south. After thinking for a moment, Hanshaw bowed slightly and responded, Honored mage, I've separated from my companions. They said that they'll be back in a few days, so I've been waiting here. Pa. The sound of footsteps traveled from the distance, coming from the intersection of the town of Droll and the dark forest to the south. From the deep and rhythmic sound of the footsteps landing, Hanshaw could determine that it should have come from a type of swift magical beast. These magical beasts were definitely heavier than war horses, and there should be quite a few of them as well. Now that things had progressed to this point, Hanshaw knew that his goals had been achieved and there was no longer any need to stay. When he saw Erin and Katie quickly walk in his direction, he hurriedly concealed himself and leisurely made his way back to the hotel. Little fellow, the town of Droll isn't very peaceful. It's late at night, you should go back and rest early. Your companions should be looking for you when they return. There's no need to keep waiting like this. Felix smiled faintly as he looked at Hanshaw and advised him in a gentle voice. Thank you for letting me know the cruelty of reality. It's because of your noble status that I'm not only going to hurt you, I'm going to kill you. His heart trembling, Hanshaw had a faint sense of foreboding. Hanshaw could feel Claude's repressed anger from his body. Although Claude's gaze was calm when he looked at him, Hanshaw could still feel the strong undulations of his emotions from the slight chewing of his teeth. It looked like a beating was inevitable. Hanshaw smiled wryly, but he didn't feel that it was too frightening. Hanshaw had gotten used to being beaten over the past few days, and Hanshaw was well aware of the state of his body. He knew that ordinary beatings wouldn't hurt him at all, so he was quite calm. When Claude wanted to dodge, he suddenly let out a shrill scream. Several steel needles had pierced into the backs of his feet, directly nailing his feet to the ground. A bone-piercing pain came from his lower abdomen. Claude looked down and discovered that there was a dagger in his abdomen. Hanshaw was looking at him with a callous and apathetic face, and the look in his eyes was very unfamiliar to Claude. Frowning, Hanshaw thought for a while and walked out of the hotel. He slowly walked in the direction of the magical creature's roar, wanting to see just what was going on. As Hanshaw made his way back to the hotel, he saw a few people walk out from the nearby taverns and hotels with the same expression of surprise on their faces. They quickly made their way to the South Street. It looked like they'd also sensed the commotion and wanted to see what was going on. All right, Mr. Felix. The female elven archer named Blanche immediately headed south when she heard Felix's words, floating past Hanshaw like a gust of wind. Brian, I have something to discuss with you. Come with me. On the way back to the hotel, Hanshaw ran into Claude on the street leading to the hotel. Claude's face was currently clouded, and he looked to be in a terrible mood. Unknowingly, Hanshaw's entire personality and mentality had been constantly changing as he trained in magical yuan. As his strength gradually increased, the previously cowardly and timid Hanshaw had undergone tremendous changes. His perception and understanding of things were vastly different from what he'd originally thought. It was only now that Hanshaw finally understood that he'd been making a mistake all this time. Whether it was Fitch or Bark, his methods were immensely dangerous. With his status as an errand slave, no matter who killed him, they wouldn't have to bear much risk. Even if Bark killed him, he would at most be reprimanded by the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force and compensated with a few gold coins. First, there was a burst of ear-piercing screams, followed by all sorts of noises coming from a house on the left side of the alley. After a while, a dazed and disheveled Claude was forcibly dragged out by Beecher and the others. I will cut you into a few pieces, and let you howl in agony as you bleed. You will slowly taste the agony before you die. Remember your identity in your next life. You're just a lowly servant pig. Never try to challenge the temper of those above you. Claude jeered maliciously as the long sword in his hand stabbed towards the chest of Han Shoror, who was curled up on the ground and seemed to have lost all ability to resist. Han Shoror said these words indifferently, and another steel needle appeared in his right hand amidst Claude's terrified screams. He directly pierced Claude's throat. Staring blankly at Claude, Han Shoror's thoughts raced. At this moment, Han Shoror already understood that his actions in the tavern just now had been too rash and impulsive. After Claude had regained consciousness, he must have noticed the state of his body, and must have guessed that the purple Leyland he'd drunk in the tavern was a problem. Claude wasn't an idiot. There had only been Irene and him at the table at the time, and Irene definitely wouldn't have done such a thing. Thinking back to the waiter's sudden fall, Claude must have already guessed what had happened. It was at this moment that the incessant howls suddenly disappeared. Han Shoror's curled-up body suddenly moved, rolling towards Claude's feet. His speed was so fast that Claude was a bit unprepared. Just as Han Shoror had left the tavern and arrived at the South Street of Droll, two figures rushed over with faces full of panic. It was an old, skinny mage, and a female elf archer with sharp ears and green hair. When the two arrived, they took a look at Han Shoror and both had surprised expressions, as if they hadn't thought that Han Shoror would be here. It was also at this moment that Han Shoror truly understood what kind of world this was. Status and class were deep-rooted existences. The enormous difference between the two statuses allowed Claude to kill him without any qualms, and didn't need to bear too much responsibility. Claude had called him to this deserted forest only because he didn't want to ruin his noble status and aura. Even if they were in the busy streets of the town of Droll, no one would find it strange if Claude wanted to kill him. Then I'll be going back first. Han Shoror responded calmly and walked back to the tavern after he'd finished speaking. When he arrived at the tavern, Han Shoror washed up and sat on the bed, starting to train his magical yuan. As the magical yuan opened up his meridians inch by inch, Han Shoror clenched his teeth and experienced the heart-wrenching pain as he circulated his magical yuan over and over again using the opening meridians method. A dull thud suddenly sounded in Han Shoror's heart. Han Shoror suddenly stopped training his magical yuan and held his breath, concentrating his attention. His entire body's functions instantly sank into a state of stillness. Growth always came at a price. Han Shoror lay curled up on the ground, still loudly begging for mercy. His heart, which had originally only had a few evil thoughts, slowly began to turn cold and hard. Chapter 51. This wasn't the first time Han Shoror had killed someone, but compared to killing those forest troll, killing Claude on the spot was a huge blow to Han Shoror's mentality. After all, the forest troll and he weren't of the same race, and they were notorious bandits. Han Shoror felt that killing them was as natural as killing magical beasts. But Claude was completely different from them. Han Shoror had no choice but to kill him, because Han Shoror knew that if Claude didn't die, he wouldn't be able to live in peace in the future. Watching Claude fall limp in a pool of blood, Han Shoror felt a bit numb for a moment. There was a feeling of emptiness in his heart. Han Shoror hadn't hesitated at all when he'd made his move. It was only now that Claude had died in front of him that Han Shoror felt a sense of nervousness. Claude was a noble, and the youngest son of the commander of the Griffin Legion. If this matter was exposed, only death awaited Han Shoror. Han Shoror stared blankly for a while as he stared at Claude's corpse. His originally panicked gaze became more and more resolute, and more callous. Finally, Han Shoror straightened his clothes and stood up. He walked to Claude's side with a calm expression and rummaged through Claude's clothes. He poured out a few dozen gold coins, a crystal card, and some scraps of medicine from Claude's money pouch. After thinking for a bit, Han Shoror only put away the few dozen gold coins. The crystal card and Claude's other items that could expose the matter were placed on the other side by Han Shoror. As soon as the incantation ended, a little skull holding a bone dagger appeared in front of Han Shoror. Han Shoror found a secluded clearing, and one man and one skeleton wielded the bone dagger, spending a few minutes to dig a deep hole. After burying Claude in the deep pit, Hanshaw carefully cleaned up the traces of blood left behind by Claude. Even the traces left by Hanshaw when he fell and rolled over were slowly covered up by him. After circling around the dense forest and discovering that there weren't any more traces left, Hanshaw didn't return the way he'd come. Instead, he made a detour and dug a deep hole to the north of the town of Droll, burying the other things on Claude's body. Only then did he return to the town of Droll from another street. The reason why he did this was because he wanted to be cautious. On the way to the dense forest with Claude, he didn't attract anyone's attention, and this was all because of Claude's deliberate actions. Now that Hanshaw had killed him and carefully buried his corpse, logically speaking, no one should be able to find out. Even if someone unintentionally discovered Claude's body, Hanshaw would take everything on his body and create the impression of murder for money. This was a common occurrence in the town of Droll, and should be able to cover up the original cause of death. After Hanshaw eliminated this hidden danger, Hanshaw hid around the hotel where Irene and the others were staying for 2 days in a row, silently observing the movements of the light major students. He discovered that neither Irene nor Beecher and the others were looking for Claude. It looked like they must have thought that Claude was guilty and left on his own. Only Claude himself knew the condition of his body the best. Under those circumstances, no matter how Claude explained, there probably wouldn't be many who would believe him. Also, based on the time that Claude had found him and his understanding of the hallucinogenic aphrodisiacs effects, Hanshaw roughly guessed that Claude would be the first to come for revenge after waking up. He didn't immediately explain anything to Irene, Beecher, and the others. After 2 days of observation, Hanshaw saw that Irene and Beecher didn't make any moves to look for Claude, and only cared about spending money to visit all sorts of weapon, armor, and medicine stores. Hanshaw slowly relaxed his thoughts. That evening, Hanshaw didn't go out again to observe Irene, Beecher, and the others. Instead, he stayed in his room and silently trained his magical yuan, expanding the width and flexibility of the meridians in his body over and over again. Hanshaw sat on the edge of his bed, completely naked. Sweat flowed down his forehead and covered Hanshaw's entire body. The meridians all over his body pulsed, as if earthworms were swimming continuously on the surface of his body. He looked even more sinister and frightening than the evilest of tattoos. During this process, Hanshaw's mind suddenly shook, and his entire being sank into a state of unconsciousness. He forgot himself, forgot all of time, and instantly lost all signs of life like a stone statue. Only a faint black light flowed through the meridians on the surface of his skin. Thud, thud, thud. A series of violent knocks on the door abruptly startled Hanshaw awake. When Hanshaw awoke, he thought for a moment and understood that he must have fallen into a demonic state again without realizing it. Thud, thud, thud. The knocks on the door continued. Hanshaw was a bit angry that someone outside had interrupted his training. He casually wrapped himself in a bathrobe and said impatiently, "Coming, coming." Hanshaw was startled when the door opened, and the impatient expression on his face vanished without a trace. He immediately put on a smiling face and chuckled, "Hey, so it's you guys. I've waited for you for a long time, you're finally back." Fanny and Lisa were a bit haggard outside the door, their hair a bit messy. They were clutching something in their hands and carrying bags on their backs. They looked travel-worn, as if they'd just returned to the town of Droll from the dark forest. "Damn you, Brian. You've returned to the town of Droll long ago and made us worry for a while. Yo, how did you get so much money to live in such an expensive room? If it wasn't for the owner's affirmation, I really wouldn't have believed that you were the one living in this room." Fanny's bright eyes swept over Hanshaw and she said a bit bitterly, "Brian, what happened after you left that day? You didn't return for 2 days, and I thought something had happened to you." Lisa said, "I got lost after I left, and only discovered that you'd already left when I found the original garrison. I couldn't find you, so I returned to the town of Droll first to wait for you. It's a good thing that nothing happened to everyone, that's great." Hanshaw smiled faintly and explained faintly. Fanny swept a glance over Hanshaw and thought for a moment before speaking to Lisa beside her. "Lisa, You and Master Jean and the others prepare the rooms first. I have something to discuss with Brian. Lisa looked a bit suspiciously at Fanny and said, Master Fanny, it's been so long since that incident, and Brian even saved our lives. Do you still want to settle that debt with him? Her face reddening, Fanny couldn't help but say with embarrassment and anger when she heard Lisa mention what had happened last time. No, I'm talking to him about something else. Help me choose a room first, I'll be there in a moment. Lisa still seemed a bit uneasy after hearing Fanny's explanation, but she didn't say anything more and turned to leave, muttering something under her breath. Fanny swept a glance over Han Shoror as soon as Lisa left, and then looked at the room she'd once lived in. Her face grew even redder, and she snorted lightly, Aren't you going to invite me in? Master Fanny, please come in. Han Shoror started and turned to the side in a panic. He stuck his head out to look left and right in the hallway when Fanny came in, and closed the door tightly with a swoosh, as if he had a guilty conscience. What are you sneaking around for? Let me ask you, just what happened after you left the camp that day? How did you get the gold coins to stay in this room? Fanny stared at Han Shoror with a scrutinizing gaze after she'd sat down. Han Shoror was still a bit uneasy after killing Claude, and was a bit surprised when he heard Fanny's question. He smiled lightly and explained after thinking for a while, I left the camp that day and practiced necromancy magic by myself nearby. I ran into an injured windblade wolf and chased after it, killing it when it wasn't paying attention. When I returned to where I was and discovered that you'd already left, I hurried back myself. When I returned to the town of Droll, I sold the windblade wolf's magic core and wolf skin, earning the gold coins. I thought that you'd still be resting in this hotel when you came back, so I rented this room and waited for you. That's what happened. Fanny didn't immediately speak after Han Shoror had finished speaking, but rather looked thoughtfully at Han Shoror. She exclaimed softly after a while, Brian, you're completely different from before. Startled, Han Shoror squeezed out a simple and honest smile and scratched his head. Am I? What's different about me? A lot. Your appearance, build, height, personality, and expressions when you speak are all different from the you I knew before. It looks like you've changed the most after experiencing the trials of the Dark Forest. The students have all changed a bit in the face of the ever-present life and death struggles in the Dark Forest, but I hadn't thought that you'd changed the most. What a surprise. Fanny looked dazedly at Han Shoror and spoke to Han Shoror with a face full of solemnity. Han Shoror understood that his views on things had changed unknowingly as his strength increased and the dangers he'd encountered in this trip to the Dark Forest. After personally killing Claude the day before yesterday, Han Shoror had deeply reflected upon himself and understood the cruelty of this world even more clearly. This had caused his heart to become colder and colder. Master Fanny, you left a note saying that you'd met the two ogres. Did you have any conflict in the end? Han Shoror laughed lightly and didn't explain much, instead asking about what had happened to Fanny and the others. Of course, the two ogres followed us the entire time. They even joined forces with a few forest troll to attack us afterwards, but we still managed to escape in the end. We only deviated from our original path in order to avoid the ogres and forest troll. That's why we returned to Droll so late. Fanny responded. Nodding, Han Shoror was about to speak when his brow suddenly creased. He abruptly stood up and said with a face full of solemnity, I'm afraid we're in trouble. Attention everyone, the Orc Wolf Riders have appeared to the south of Droll and are on their way here. Everyone prepare for battle. Loud shouts suddenly rang out from the streets outside the hotel. They were all news of the Orc Wolf Riders' impending invasion. Chapter 52. Han Shoror had been talking to Fanny when he heard the noise from outside and immediately cried out in surprise, Master Fanny, let's hurry and meet up with them. Fanny didn't waste any words and hurriedly started walking out of Han Shoror's room after Han Shoror's voice had sounded. After Fanny left, Han Shoror tossed aside the bathrobe he'd been wrapped in and quickly put on his clothes. He put away the needles, daggers, and arrows he'd bought over the past couple of days, as well as some bottles and cans of medicine, before finally leaving the room. The figures of adventurers were everywhere on the streets, and merchants were shouting loudly. These people were either drinking wine in the taverns or enjoying themselves in places of ecstasy. When they heard the news of the Wolf Riders' arrival, all of them left their rooms at the first moment and surged onto the streets. Adventurers and mercenaries all lived a life of bloodshed on the edge of a knife, and had long since grown accustomed to this kind of danger. When they left their rooms, they all methodically began to organize the weapons and armor they'd fought with, and gathered on the South Street according to the source of the noise. When Han Shoror walked out of his room and arrived at the door of the hotel, he discovered that even the owner of the hotel was gripping a long sword and standing in front of the door with an angry expression. It looked like the people of the town of Droll were indeed fierce and unyielding. Fanny and the others were already standing in front of the hotel door. All of the students had just put down their belongings and hurriedly walked out of their rooms. After their adventures in the dark forest, these young and immature mags had also learned to remain calm and collected, and didn't shout out in panic. "Brian, come quickly. We're heading to the South Street as well. The Orc Wolf Riders dare invade the town of Droll of the Empire. We can't let them have their way." Lisa immediately raised her hand and called out when she saw Han Shoror appear, as if afraid that Han Shoror wouldn't be able to see her. Apart from Fanny's group, there were also groups of adventurers and mercenaries at the door of the hotel. The necromancy major students walked out of their rooms one after another, all fully armed. Fanny did a head count not long after Han Shoror arrived next to Lisa. When she discovered that all the students were present, she immediately called out, "Follow me to the South Street, don't get separated." Han Shoror followed behind Fanny on the bustling streets and arrived at the South Street after a short while. When they arrived, Han Shoror saw that there were almost 100 adventurers and mercenaries there. Old Mage Felix and the female elf, Blanche, who Han Shoror had met last time, were also present, and it looked like the two of them were the leaders. Felix's body was suspended high in the air, and he was yelling something loudly. "Hey! This old mage can use the levitation spell to float in the air. It looks like he's at least an archmage." Jean exclaimed in surprise when they arrived and then explained to the students, when a mage's training reaches a certain level, they can use the levitation spell to fly. However, only mags who have reached the archmage level are able to deploy the levitation spell. Therefore, all mags who can fly are, without exception, people of high status and strong training. Brave warriors of the Empire, the Orc Wolf Riders are making their way to the town of Droll. According to my observations, the Wolf Riders are a group of 500. Droll is the base of the Empire and will not be allowed to be trampled by these savage orcs. Brave warriors, take up your weapons and let them have a taste of the wrath of the warriors of the Empire. Felix floated in the air, his right hand grasping an intricate magic staff embedded with a sapphire. He loudly roused everyone's morale. "Hey, aren't these the necromancy major? Heh, you've come as well." At this moment, Beecher's voice suddenly sounded from the side. Han Shoror turned his head and saw that the light major students were all patrolling in his direction. "Hello, Master Beecher, I didn't think that I'd run into you here again. I think that you must have reaped great rewards from this trip." Jean nodded and smiled faintly as he greeted them, then opened his mouth to inquire. Not at all. It's just that the students have indeed improved." Beecher smiled faintly as he responded to Jean. Muffled footsteps sounded from the south. Under Felix and Blanche's orders, the warriors had long since put on their armor and stood in front, fully armed. The mags, archers, and priests stood 5 or 6 meters behind the warriors. They all took out their magic staffs and looked towards the south with calm, solemn expressions. When Beecher and Jean saw that everyone had silently taken their positions, they didn't waste any words and moved closer to where the mags were standing. Although Han Shoror's physical body had greatly improved, he wasn't foolish enough to stand out at the front. He also followed behind Fanny and moved closer to the mags. Just as everyone got into position, the muffled trampling sound was like a muffled drum that pounded on everyone's hearts. A thick and heavy aura gradually spread into everyone's hearts. In everyone's line of sight, the Orc Wolf Riders raised their long swords high in the air as they slowly revealed themselves amidst the flying dust and dirt. A somber atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire town of Droll. As soon as the figures of the Wolf Riders appeared, they had already charged forward amidst sharp howls. The long swords in their hands flashed with cold light, and the majestic aura of 500 wolf riders charging in unison immediately gave everyone a strong sense of oppression. Mags, get ready. Listen to my call and begin releasing your magic. Felix was still relatively calm as he hovered in midair and watched the wolf riders. He only started speaking calmly when they truly charged over. Everyone be careful, nothing must happen to you. Fanny was also a bit nervous at this moment as she gave instructions to the students standing beside her. When Fanny wanted to give instructions to Han Shaw, she suddenly discovered that Han Shaw's face was calm. There was a kind of numb, callous viciousness in his eyes, and not a trace of panic at all. A sharp dagger was grasped in his hand, and a cold, frosty presence slowly emanated from the dagger. Sensing Fanny's gaze, Han Shaw relaxed. The magical yuan in his left hand, which had been holding the sword, had surged into the dagger after he'd circulated the mystical glacial spellfire, causing the bone-chilling presence of the dagger to disappear in an instant. Master Fanny, is something the matter? Han Shaw looked at Fanny and asked with a smile, his face once again adorned with a simple and honest smile. No, nothing. Be careful. Fanny looked at Han Shaw and responded with a bit of an odd tone. At this moment, Fanny finally knew that the simple and honest smile that had always hung on Han Shaw's face was a facade. The calmness and callousness in the face of danger just now was Han Shaw's true face. Damn it, you've lied to everyone. I'll make you pay sooner or later. Fanny thought hatefully in her heart as she surreptitiously sized up Han Shaw. She suddenly felt that when Han Shaw was calm and serious, he actually had a different temperament. Chapter 53. Release. Felix yelled loudly, drawing the curtains to the magical attack. All of a sudden, the mags beside Han Shaw and the others started chanting magical incantations. Streaks of sharp wind blades, large balls of blazing fireballs, several icicles that looked like icicles, lightning exploding from the sky, and even the light sword slashes of the light major students suddenly appeared with a howl, attacking the charging wolf riders. Fanny, Jean, and the others also started chanting incantations, and skeletons and zombies trembled as they rushed out, running past the frontmost warriors and towards the wolf riders. The orcs riding the wolves suffered a painful blow under the cover of magic in an instant. As the wind blades whistled, wounds appeared on the bodies of the wolf riders and their giant wolves. The large fireballs smashed down, and several wolf riders were completely engulfed in flames. The icicles and lightning from behind also took away the lives of more than 10 wolf riders. However, there were about 500 wolf riders, and this wave of magical attacks only killed 30 to 40 wolf riders at the frontmost. The remaining wolf riders didn't show any fear or timidity because of the death of their companions, and continued to charge forward without any regard for their own lives. Just as the mags started chanting the second wave of magical incantations, the charging wolf riders suddenly had crossbows in their hands. They raised the crossbows, and streaks of sharp arrows flew into the sky like a gust of wind, passing the frontmost warriors with heavy swords and shooting directly towards the mags and archers. Not good, everyone be careful. The elven archer Blanche's melodious voice rang out, and she also directed the archers to return fire. The mags who had been chanting spells and planning to attack the wolf riders hurriedly changed the direction of their magical attacks when they saw the arrows shooting towards them. Streaks of magic were released, all of them smashing towards the arrows falling from the sky, destroying them in midair. However, not all of the arrows were destroyed by the magic. There were still a dozen or so arrows that shot down, and the powerful force directly pierced 2 Thunder novice mags to death on the spot, while 3 other mags were more or less injured. At this time, the 3 priests suddenly began to chant healing spells to treat the injuries of the 3 injured mags. Because this wave of magic attacks were all used to deal with the arrows, the wolf riders didn't suffer any damage and rushed over even faster. The giant wolf's momentum was extremely fierce. The skeleton warriors and zombies that were the first to meet it were instantly defeated. Under the impact of the giant wolf, the lowest level skeletal warrior was crushed into pieces. It did not have any effect at all. The zombie warriors were able to hold on for a while, but under the slashes of the orcs' longswords, a dozen or so zombie warriors were instantly decapitated and collapsed on the spot. The dark creatures of the necromancy attribute are indeed unable to withstand a single blow. Irene and the other light major students couldn't help but mock when they saw that the dark creatures on the necromancy mage's side weren't of much use. Han Shoror wielded his dagger and was as calm as could be. His eyes gazed at the figures of the wolf riders in the distance and turned a deaf ear to the mockery of Irene and the other light major students. The wolf riders raised the crossbows in their hands and another wave of arrows rained down. The mags in the back all used their magic to defend themselves. Some of the mags with high levels of training destroyed the arrows aimed at them and continuously released magic to attack the wolf riders that were charging down. 5 sharp arrows suddenly whistled through the air, aiming straight for the teachers and students of the necromancy major. Fanny and Jean's faces changed as they released bone arrows at the same time, shattering 3 arrows in midair. One of the arrows deviated and shot towards an empty corner, while the other whistled towards Amy. Amy's expression grew panicked at this moment and she started chanting. Jean and Fanny were also a bit anxious as they quickly chanted their spells at the same time. However, the speed at which they chanted their spells was noticeably slower than the speed at which the sharp arrows pierced towards them. A dagger suddenly streaked through the air with a cold glint as it flew high into the sky like lightning. There was a crack as the arrow flying towards Amy shattered into several pieces. At the same time, Han Shoror's body suddenly sprang out and stood firmly in Amy's direction, raising his hand to catch the dagger before it hit the ground. "Thank you, Brian," Amy grinned and said gratefully to Han Shoror after the danger had been averted. "You're welcome." Han Shoror nodded with a slight smile and returned to Fanny and Lisa's side with the dagger in his hand. He then continued to observe the surroundings with a calm expression. Finally, after paying the price of 70 wolf riders, the wolf riders charged through the continuous attacks of magic and faced the warriors of the town of Droll head-on. A great battle suddenly erupted. 50 to 60 warriors were all armed to the teeth, wielding heavy swords and long spears. There were even a dozen or so knights wielding long spears as they engaged in close combat with the wolf riders on their warhorses. The mags started chanting spells as magnificent light flashed through the air, landing on the wolf riders in the back. The entire southern part of the town of Droll had sunk into the flames of battle amidst the violent booms. Han Shoror, Fanny, and the others remained at the back of the warriors, continuously chanting spells as bone arrows and bone spears flew out and shot towards the orc wolf riders who were charging at the warriors' defensive line. Felix, who was floating in the air, became the main target of the orc wolf riders' crossbow bolts. Felix didn't panic in the slightest as he chanted a high-level wind spell, and a 10-meter-wide tornado formed in the sky behind the wolf riders. The wolf riders were sucked into the tornado wherever it passed, and shrill screams of agony rang out continuously. After the tornado appeared, Felix waved the magic staff in his hand, and dozens of wind blades flew out in front of him, shattering the incoming arrows. At the same time, a magical shield appeared and completely enveloped him. A few sharp arrows managed to land on Felix's body with great difficulty, but were also blocked by the magical shield. Felix himself wasn't harmed in the slightest. So powerful. This is the true power of a mage. The light major students next to Han Shoror all revealed expressions of worship as they watched Felix's unruffled performance. They all sighed with excitement. Just as everyone was praising Felix's prowess, the previously unruffled Felix suddenly yelled out, "Oh no, more wolf riders have appeared in the distance, and there seem to be a few orc shamans among them. Let's retreat." Everyone split up and head for Zajoski City. Felix's words immediately had a great impact on everyone. Han Shoror was the first to react, and he grabbed Fanny's little hand, saying calmly, "Come with me, quickly." Fanny started and turned her head to look at Han Shoror's solemn and calm expression. The rebuke that had been on the tip of her tongue became, "All right, but where are you going?" "The place where the warhorses are stored. We need to get the warhorses as soon as possible. Only by riding the warhorses will we have a chance of escaping to Zajoski City. Otherwise, we'll be hard-pressed to escape the vicious hands of these wolf riders." Han Shoror's mind spun quickly at this moment, and he spoke decisively. Fanny also immediately reacted when she heard Han Shoror's explanation. She hastily yelled, "All students, follow me." Han Shaw immediately understood that Fanny had agreed to his actions when he heard Fanny speak. He turned his head to see Lisa glaring at him as he grabbed Fanny's little hand. Han Shaw's face twisted, and he also reached out to grab Lisa's hand. He then no longer looked at the two's expressions, and forcefully dragged them towards the direction where the war horses were stored. Chapter 54. Because of Felix's words, the warriors and mags who had been working together to fend off the orc wolf riders all fell into a state of panic. All of them lost the will to defend, and instead started thinking of ways to escape. For a time, the impregnable defense collapsed in an instant. Apart from the warriors at the very front, who were still fighting and retreating, the mags and archers all scattered in all directions in a panic. Han Shaw grabbed Fanny and Lisa's wrists, forcefully pulling the two of them as he quickly rushed in the direction where the warhorses were stored. Jean directed the other necromancy major students to follow closely behind Han Shaw. After experiencing a few life and death battles, Han Shaw no longer had the same childish panic in the face of danger. He calmly and quickly advanced as he silently thought of a way to escape. The mags and archers retreated like the tide with Han Shaw and the others. If these people blocked Han Shaw's advance, they would be pushed aside by Han Shaw without hesitation. It was hard for the archers and mags to move fast in such a crowded crowd. Unknowingly, with Han Shaw as a meat shield opening the way, they had actually rushed to the front in a short while. After 15 minutes, Han Shaw pulled Fanny and Lisa, and followed Jean and the others from a distance, finally arriving at the place where the warhorses were stored. The owner of this place had also gone to the South Street to observe the situation, and only left a servant to watch over the warhorses. Han Shaw directly broke through the door and pulled Fanny and Lisa, running towards the stable in the back. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" The old servant immediately stood up in panic when he saw Han Shaw break through the door and rush towards the stable, yelling angrily, "The orc wolf riders have already attacked. If you continue to stay here, only death awaits you. We've come to retrieve the warhorses we've stored. If you want to live, hurry up and choose a warhorse and run for your life," Han Shaw calmly explained on the way to the stable. The old servant had already heard the commotion outside and only paused for a second before quickly running towards the stable as well. It looked like he'd accepted Han Shaw's suggestion. Han Shaw let go of Fanny and Lisa's little hands when he arrived here, his eyes darting around in a circle as he fixed his eyes on a handsome warhorse. He flew up without another word and landed on the warhorse in an instant. He waved the dagger in his hand and cut the ropes binding the warhorse. Turning his head to look, he saw that Jean had already rushed to the stable with a few light major students. They were all panting heavily as they searched with Fanny and Lisa for the warhorses they had left last time. "Are you all idiots? The wolf riders will be here soon. What's the point of searching now?" Not to mention that the warhorses we stored last time were all of inferior quality, and there were only 6 of them. "Do you all want to die?" Han Shaw finally couldn't hold it in any longer when he saw that these people were still searching among the numerous warhorses and roaring. Han Shaw's roar rang through the entire stable, and the necromancy major students and teachers who were searching for their warhorses were all scolded. They were all stunned for a moment. They'd actually been called idiots by Han Shaw. This was a bit hard for them to accept. "Then what do we do?" Lisa paused and looked at Han Shaw as she asked. "Choose the best and strongest warhorses. Each of us will have one. The lives of the others have nothing to do with us. If you want to die, then continue searching for inferior warhorses like ours." Han Shaw's face darkened as he spoke coldly and decisively. This was originally the simplest of principles, but it was a pity that these necromancy major students and teachers had always lived in the necromancy major with its many rules. To them, following the rules was a matter of course, and they didn't consider that all the rules could be disregarded at critical moments. These people were first dumbfounded by Han Shaw's cursing of idiocy. Afterwards, when Han Shaw said that he didn't care about the lives of others, it affected these well-behaved students and teachers again, causing them to furrow their brows in contemplation. The sounds of chaos outside grew louder and louder. In the face of a life and death crisis, they quickly made their choice. They no longer hesitated and ran with resolute expressions towards the most valiant and godly warhorses in the stable. When the students and teachers of the necromancy major, under Han Shoror's instigation, took all the best warhorses in the stable and rushed out, the light major students of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, as well as many clear-headed mags and archers, finally rushed over. Damn it, they're riding our warhorses. The sharp-eyed Erin immediately discovered that the handsome warhorse Han Shoror was sitting on was the same one she'd sat on before. She yelled out furiously. However, Han Shoror and the others were already riding the fiercest warhorses in the stable at this moment. They were completely indifferent to the curses of Erin and the others, only leaving behind their silhouettes as they galloped further and further away. "Brian, which way should we go now?" Fanny hastily asked Han Shoror as soon as they'd left the stable and dashed onto the chaotic streets. The warriors had already retreated to the town of Droll on the streets. The orc wolf riders howled as they charged into the town, the long swords in their hands dancing in the air. The defenseless merchants were the first to suffer, and were often beheaded with a single slash. Because these wolf riders were riding giant wolves, they weren't in a hurry to chase after the scattered warriors and mags. They only followed the streets and started looting the first store they could find. Enormous bags hung from the giant wolves they rode, and all sorts of goods from the surrounding stores fell into the bags one by one. "As long as it's not in the direction of Zajoski City, we can escape in any direction." Han Shoror looked all around him and swept a glance towards the eastern street. He discovered that the fewest people had fled to the northern street. He thought for a moment and called out, "Follow me," to the north. Because the town of Droll was about to fall, Zajoski City, as the most heavily defended city in the southwest of the empire, had become the most ideal target for these panicked escapees. Han Shoror observed carefully and discovered that 70% of the people in the town of Droll were fleeing in the direction of Zajoski City. However, only a dozen or so people were riding warhorses out of this 70%. When the orc wolf riders had ransacked all the stores in the town of Droll, this group of people would definitely be their first target. Wolf riders with giant wolves as steeds would definitely be faster than these people on foot. Because these people made up 70% of the population, the orcs would definitely send the most number of wolf riders. In this way, the people most likely to die would be the 70% fleeing in the direction of Zajoski City. Once he began to think calmly, Han Shoror immediately felt that his thoughts were very clear. He immediately led Fanny and the others and started galloping towards the northern street on his warhorse after a moment's thought. Han Shoror's group moved extremely quickly with the convenience of warhorses. Along the way, Han Shoror encountered two wolf riders who had made their way swiftly to the northern street. The two wolf riders' giant wolf bags were bulging, and they paid no attention to Han Shoror's group. They were planning on charging into another store and ransacking it. Snorting coldly, Han Shoror lifted the reins in his hand. The warhorse beneath him changed direction and charged towards the two wolf riders wielding their longswords without the slightest scruple. The two wolf riders started, as if they hadn't expected that someone would dare counterattack at this time. They put away the long swords they'd been planning on stabbing at the merchant below them. The two orc wolf riders leaned to the side and suddenly spread out. They waved the long swords in their hands and slashed at the charging Han Shoror. "Brian, are you crazy? Hurry up and run." Lisa cried out involuntarily from afar when she saw Han Shoror's warhorse change direction and charge towards the two wolf riders. Lisa's cry attracted the gazes of the necromancy major's teachers and students. They couldn't help but turn their heads to look in Han Shoror's direction. Han Shoror chanted a magic incantation in a low voice as he ran with dagger in his hand. A bone arrow suddenly formed in the air and shot towards one of the wolf riders with a whoosh. As the wolf rider brandished his long sword to block the arrow, Han Shoror had already charged towards the other wolf rider with dagger in hand. The dagger drew a cold glint through the air and a soft pu sound rang out as the dagger passed through the longsword and pierced a bloody hole through the wolf rider's abdomen. Han Shoror's warhorse arrived at this moment. He abruptly pulled on the reins and the warhorse came to a sudden stop amidst a sharp neigh. Han Shoror extended his left hand and the long sword of the already dead orc suddenly fell from his hand. Han Shoror's right hand sank down and a bloody hole appeared in the head of the irascible wolf. The originally rampaging wolf suddenly fell limply to the ground. With a flick of the hilt, the large sack hanging from the wolf's body suddenly flew off and landed directly on Han Shoror's warhorse. Han Shoror's warhorse then changed direction and charged towards the other wolf rider who had just shattered the bone arrow with a cold and merciless face. My gosh, did I see wrong? Brian just used bone arrow magic. What the F***ck is going on? Jean tightly pulled on the reins of his warhorse and cried out in shock. The other students were just as shocked as he was and stared dumbly at Han Shoror, as if they were meeting Han Shoror for the first time. Damn it, what the F***ck is Brian doing? Fanny knew that Han Shoror could use bone arrow magic and wasn't too surprised. She was only surprised at Han Shoror's current actions. The reality was that the wolf riders had robbed the merchant, and Han Shoror had robbed the wolf riders. Chapter 55. When the other wolf rider saw Han Shoror charge over with a long sword in his hand, a pair of large, bell-like eyes suddenly opened wide under his furry forehead. He roared furiously in the common tongue, "Sly, cunning human, you're courting death." The giant wolf beneath him howled as the orc wolf rider took out a crossbow from his back, raised it, and fired at Han Shoror. A cold, silver light flew towards Han Shoror's neck with an ear-piercing whistle. Magical yuan circulated rapidly as Han Shoror focused his attention. The speed of the whistling crossbow bolt suddenly slowed in Han Shoror's eyes, as bizarre as the slow-motion scenes Han Shoror used to watch in movies. Han Shoror's powerful senses were the exact opposite of the speed of the crossbow bolt. When the crossbow bolt was within a meter of Han Shoror, the long sword in his hand stabbed out fiercely and accurately against the tip of the incoming crossbow bolt. A crisp crack rang out as the crossbow bolt suddenly exploded into pieces. Han Shoror's speed on his warhorse wasn't affected in the slightest after shattering the crossbow bolt. Before the orc wolf rider could fire a second bolt, Han Shoror had already rushed in front of the orc wolf rider with his longsword in hand. A dark, bright blade arc rose from Han Shoror's right hand. The long sword was thick and heavy to begin with, but in Han Shoror's hand, it was as light and graceful as a feather. The orc wolf rider also raised his blade to meet Han Shoror's. Just as the two blades were about to collide, a small brown crossbow bolt suddenly flew out of Han Shoror's right sleeve. The crossbow bolt pierced through the orc's long sword with a whoosh and sank into the orc wolf rider's neck with a puff. Despicable, despicable. Blood bubbling out of the orc wolf rider's mouth, he finally spat out those two words with difficulty. The hand that was holding the long sword high suddenly lost all strength. The heavy long sword carried his robust body, and he rolled off the back of the giant wolf. It was obvious from his appearance that he was already dead. As expected of a race with low intelligence, Han Shoror's solemn and calm expression disappeared. With a smirk on his face, he walked to the side of the huge wolf. With a swing of his long sword, the huge wolf's pouch once again flew towards the warhorse behind him. With another stab, the huge wolf also fell into a pool of blood. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, a wave of silhouettes suddenly appeared at the corner of the North Street. Dozens of wolf riders were roaring loudly as they desperately chased after a group of mags and warriors. Beecher and the others from the Babylon Academy of Light were among those who were fleeing in a sorry state on inferior warhorses. Let's go. Han Shoror was stunned for a moment, but he immediately reacted. He raised the reins in his hand, and the war horse once again changed direction, charging towards the north. Fanny, Lisa, and the others were flabbergasted as they watched Han Shoror's callous and sinister black-on-black performance. When they saw Han Shoror suddenly gallop out, they understood that the current situation was anything but reassuring. They also spurred their warhorses to follow behind Han Shoror and started fleeing towards the north. After galloping madly on their warhorses for half a day, Han Shoror and the others appeared in the middle of a large canyon. The sides of the canyon were steep, and at the end was a wide river. Han Shoror and the others reined in their warhorses at the end of the canyon. They looked at the azure river and suddenly fell into a predicament. This should be the Empire's Nirolan River. We can reach Balthazar City in the southwest of the Empire after crossing the Nirolan River. Balthazar City isn't far from Zajoski City. Although it's not as heavily guarded as Zajoski City, it's definitely heavily guarded. I think we'll be safe as long as we can make it to Balthazar City. Jean furrowed his brow in thought for a while as he gazed at the wide Nirolan River, and then suddenly spoke up. We must first cross the Nirolan River if we want to reach Balthazar City. The Nirolan River is so wide, I don't think we'll be able to cross it at all if we don't have a boat to transport us. Fanny had a worried expression on her face as she gazed at the azure river in the distance and sighed sorrowfully. Han Shoror didn't open his mouth to speak after arriving here, and only minded his own business as he flipped through the 2 large bags on his warhorse. The shops in the town of Droll had been prepared for adventurers and mercenaries to begin with, so the surrounding shops were mostly filled with items needed for battle. Han Shoror made an inventory and discovered that there were a total of 4 high-quality crossbows, a few dozen crossbow bolts, 3 high-quality daggers, 2 ordinary longswords, 2 magic staffs, and 3 pieces of close-fitting leather armor in the sack that the 2 wolf riders had plundered. Apart from this, there were also some bottles and cans of healing medicine and various poisons. First, Han Shoror picked out the sharp dagger with a sapphire embedded in it and hid it on his body as if it was a matter of course. He then carefully put away the bottles of various poisons, and finally poured the weapons and armor out of the bags onto the ground. He lifted his head to look at the crowd and said calmly, "Pack up. Prepare to continue fighting." When Han Shoror's words left his mouth, the necromancy teachers and students who had been sighing and furrowing their brows as they racked their brains for a solution suddenly froze. Jean froze for a moment and suddenly thought of Han Shoror's performance just now. He exclaimed in surprise and stared at Han Shoror, asking, "Brian, did you use bone arrow magic earlier?" Apart from Fanny, everyone looked at Han Shoror with a face full of shock when Jean asked this question. Lisa even shrieked in surprise and pointed at Han Shoror with her right hand, saying incredulously, "That's right, Brian, how can you use magic?" I think that now isn't the time to discuss this. A portion of the Orc Wolf Riders have been rushing this way and I think that the damned Wolf Riders will arrive here before long. There's a canyon in front of us and the wide Nirolan River below. The most important thing for us to do now is to consider how to deal with the Orc Wolf Riders that are about to arrive. Han Shoror's expression was calm as he arranged the weapons in the bags and spoke faintly. "If you hadn't brought us to this damned place, how would we be in such a predicament?" Bella looked disdainfully at Han Shoror when she heard Han Shoror's words and mocked him with a cold face. Frowning, Han Shoror's calm face suddenly grew cold as an irrepressible feeling of disgust grew in his heart. Lifting his head to look at the mocking Bella, Han Shoror said, "So you're saying that my decision was wrong?" Just as Bella was about to open her mouth to reply, she suddenly discovered that Han Shoror's gaze was cold and sinister. The way he looked at her was like that of a wolf sizing up its prey. Her body involuntarily felt a chill run down her spine. She awkwardly smiled and dryly said, I didn't mean that either." Nodding, a smile reappeared on Han Shoror's face and he smiled as if nothing had happened. "Since this is the case, let's all pick our weapons. Our mental strength is limited and the range of our magic isn't as far as a crossbow. I think we should use our weapons first and attack with magic when our weapons are no longer useful. Come, let's make some more arrangements and wait for the Wolf Riders to come to their deaths." Han Shoror's current performance was the style of a leader. This should have been a very comical matter. After all, he was just an errand slave of the necromancy major and had no right to give orders. However, after everyone had experienced the horrors of Han Shoror's madness in the Dark Forest, as well as his cold and ruthless killing of the 2 Wolf Riders, no one found it funny anymore when they heard Han Shoror give orders. It was as if they were getting to know Han Shoror all over again. Even Fanny and Jean came over obediently and started picking out crossbows from Han Shoror's hands. No one spoke up against Han Shoror's suggestions. Unknowingly, Han Shoror, who was originally an errand slave, had already established his authority among these people, causing them to willingly listen to Han Shoror's commands. Chapter 56. There were tall mountain slopes on both sides of the canyon, with a 5-meter wide passageway in the middle. This kind of place was most suitable for bandits to set up traps. Since everyone had agreed to Han Shoror's plan, they all began to take action. Han Shoror didn't know much about how to set up traps. First, the group used tough ropes to set up horse reins in the passageway. Then, Fanny and Jean used advanced necromancy magic to release acid bogs behind the horse reins. Acid bog was an advanced necromancy magic. It could form a large, muddy swamp on the ground. When this kind of acid bog took shape, it could corrode anyone who accidentally entered into it into a skeleton in an instant. It was one of the more sinister advanced magics of the necromancy major. However, it took a lot of mental strength to successfully release this kind of acid bog. The range of the acid bog varied according to each necromancer's mental strength. Even with Fanny and Jean's combined efforts, they were only able to create a swamp that was about 5 meters wide. From the looks of it, this was already their limit. Some enormous rocks were placed on both sides of the mountain slopes, in case the Orc-Wolf riders arrived and smashed them with the giant rocks. These necromancy teachers and students were all quite frail compared to Han Shoror, so the task of moving the giant rocks was naturally accomplished by Han Shoror alone. After these arrangements were made, Jean, Bella, Bark, and the others laid in ambush on one side of the mountain slope. Han Shoror, Fanny, Lisa, and the others were responsible for the other side of the mountain slope. You've changed quite a bit. If we can make it back to the academy alive this time, you've done the most. I'll definitely report this to the academy and give you a reward. Fanny's body was behind a giant rock, her bright eyes roaming over Han Shoror's body as she spoke in a low voice. Han Shoror was in the middle, with Lisa on his left and Fanny on his right. The three of them were very close to each other. When Fanny spoke in a low voice, her fragrant breath directly blew on Han Shoror's right cheek. The faint fragrance caused Han Shoror's heart to race. He suddenly felt that this crisis seemed to be filled with lust. Scratching his head out of habit, Han Shoror gave a silly smile and turned his head to stare boldly at Fanny's beautiful face. At this moment, Fanny's hair was a mess. Because she had used up a lot of mental energy to cast the acid bog, her face was a little pale, and she looked a little weak. It was completely different from her usual glamorous and domineering appearance, giving Han Shoror a different kind of beauty. Damn it, I'm talking to you. Don't stare at me like that. When Fanny saw that Han Shoror was looking at her with a burning gaze but didn't pay any attention to her, she couldn't help but feel angry. This guy was getting bolder and bolder, daring to look at her so rudely. Heh, Master Fanny, you're pretty. You won't lose anything by looking at me a few more times. Why be so petty? Laughing lightly, Han Shoror said flirtatiously. A wave of pain suddenly radiated from Han Shoror's left arm. Han Shoror's face turned pained as he turned his head to look at Lisa on his left. When he saw that Lisa was glaring at him with a face full of hate, he hastily squeezed out a smile and said, "Of course, Lisa, you're also very beautiful, heh." Raising her head and snorting lightly, Lisa glared at Han Shoror and said huffily, "Don't think that I can't take care of you just because you're strong now. Humph, now that I have some free time, hurry up and tell me how you got mental strength. You've even mastered bone arrow magic. Just how many more secrets do you have that you haven't told me?" I don't have any secrets. It's all thanks to you that I can master the bone arrow magic. If you didn't use the agony of the soul to make me half dead, I would still be as useless as before. Thank you so much." Her face darkening, Lisa suddenly hung her head and sighed lightly. She said lowly, "You still haven't forgiven me. I know you've always hated me for using the agony of the soul on you, but I didn't mean it back then. I didn't know that I almost killed you in the end. No, I really don't blame you. Lisa, don't think too much. It's not like you don't know my feelings for you. Why would I blame you?" Han Shoror started and suddenly remembered the role he was playing. He hurriedly spoke up to comfort Lisa. At this moment, Han Shoror felt pain in his right arm as well. He turned his head to find that Fanny's slender fingers were also pinching him hard. He couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness in his heart. He inwardly sighed that the blessings of having multiple lovers were indeed not easy to enjoy. He said with a wry face, "Master Fanny, what's wrong now?" Fanny also started slightly when Hanshuro said this. "What's wrong with me? What does their conversation have to do with me? Why would I want to pinch him as well?" Shaking her head slightly, Fanny also snorted and then wore a faint smile on her face. She raised her voice a bit. "Lisa, what did he say about his feelings for you just now? What's that about?" A frantic expression suddenly appeared on Lisa's face as she hastily waved her hands to cover up. "Nothing, nothing. Master Fanny, you must have heard wrong. Haha, isn't that right, Brian?" She didn't forget to throw a threatening look at Hanshuro after speaking. Her meaning was that if Hanshuro dared speak, she wouldn't let him off the hook. Nodding with a wry face, Hanshuro laughed and said, "Yes, Master Fanny must have expended too much mental strength and something went wrong with your hearing. Is that so?" Fanny looked suspiciously at Hanshuro and asked in a strange tone. Of course, of course. Oh right, Master Fanny, when I return to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, I want to release my slave status. I've earned enough gold coins in the Dark Forest this time. I don't want to carry this slave status forever. Don't worry, if we really make it back to the academy this time, I'll negotiate with the school authorities. Not only will I release you from your slave status, I'll even release you from your errand slave status as well. You'll become a student of the necromancy major in the future and I'll personally teach you even more advanced necromancy magic. With your potential, I think your future accomplishments will surely surpass all the current necromancy student. Fanny looked at Hanshuro with gratification and gave Hanshuro a firm promise. She thought to herself, when he becomes a student of the necromancy major, if his magic improves quickly, he'll truly be able to break free from his current shackles. At that time, maybe. What am I thinking? It looks like I must have expended too much mental strength. Otherwise, why would I be thinking so wildly? At this moment, Hanshuro, who'd had a joyous expression on his face, suddenly furrowed his brow. He closed his eyes and thought deeply for a moment, then suddenly called out loudly to the other side, "Master Jean, be careful. I can already hear the muffled sound of footsteps. I think the Orc Wolf Riders should be arriving soon." "Got it, you guys be careful too. Brian, Master Fanny has expended a lot of mental strength with me just now. You have to protect Master Fanny. Don't worry, since Master Fanny is here with me, unless I die first, Master Fanny won't be harmed in the slightest." Hanshuro suddenly felt another pain in his left arm after he'd finished speaking. He immediately knew that Lisa must have acted out of anger and hastily turned his head to explain to Lisa on his left. However, he didn't notice that Fanny, who was on his right, was looking at him with a slightly more complicated gaze. Finally, the muffled sounds of footsteps gradually traveled from afar. Even the ordinary necromancy students and teachers could hear the oppressive sounds and couldn't help but gather their attention, fully concentrating on dealing with the sudden attack from behind. Damn it, why is it Beecher and the others from the Light Major? Just as everyone was holding their breaths and preparing to push the boulder down, the sharp-eyed Hanshuro suddenly realized that the approaching people weren't the Orc Wolf Riders, but rather Beecher, Irene, and the others from the Light Major of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force who were fleeing in panic. There were also a few unfamiliar mags and warriors among them. They were all riding warhorses that were neighing wildly and looked like they were about to collapse, their faces filled with exhaustion. Fanny's brow furrowed as she suddenly poked her head out from behind the boulder. Her slender neck stretched out as she called out in a loud voice, "Master Beecher, stop right now. There's a trap that we've specially set up to deal with the Wolf Riders." Beecher and the others, who were about to rush towards the horse ropes, hurriedly stopped at the most critical moment when they heard Fanny's words. Beecher then lifted his head to look at the necromancy students and teachers on both sides of the mountain slope and immediately understood the current situation. He immediately yelled out, "The Orc Wolf Riders are right behind us, what should we do?" After abandoning the horses, drive the war horses to the back and then quickly walk over on foot. "We will tell you where the traps are. Otherwise, if you stay where you are, only death awaits you." Hanshuro poked his head out and calmly yelled out. Beecher and the others only hesitated slightly when they heard Hanshaw words, and then followed Hanshaw's instructions. They dismounted and used their daggers to stab the horses' buttocks, driving the war horses back after being stung. Afterwards, under Fanny's reminder, the group hurriedly crossed over the tripping ropes and acid swamps, quickly climbing up the mountain slope on both sides. Another wave of muffled footsteps traveled into everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone knew that the pursuing orc wolf riders had truly arrived. "Hide yourselves and prepare for battle," Hanshaw yelled out, and everyone carefully hid themselves. They planned on giving these orc wolf riders, who were used to killing and looting, a bloody lesson. Chapter 57. Dust flew in the distance, and muffled footsteps pounded on everyone's hearts like muffled drums. First, a row of gleaming longswords came into view, and then the strong bodies of orcs astride giant wolves revealed themselves one after another. These orc wolf riders had obviously gone through a round of looting. The pockets of the giant wolves beneath them were bulging. It looked like the shops in the town of Droll had been looted until not a single tile remained. Perhaps it was precisely because these wolf riders were carrying too many spoils of war that the speed of the giant wolves beneath them had been affected. That was why Beecher and the others were able to persevere until here even though they were riding on frail war horses. Behind the giant boulder, Hanshaw grasped a sturdy crossbow in his hand and calmly took aim at the most burly orc at the very front. Beside him, Fanny also held a crossbow as she constantly changed directions, her eyes sparkling with a determined light. It looked like Fanny also knew to harden her heart in the face of life and death. Lisa's hands were empty, but there were a few large boulders next to her and the other students. These boulders had already been placed in position by Hanshaw, and would roll down with a push. They would definitely cause even more damage than a crossbow. Amidst the howls of the giant wolves, a line of dozens of wolf riders moved as fast as lightning and finally appeared in the passageway. Their speed was ferocious, and they hadn't anticipated that there would be an ambush along the way. All of them brandished their long swords and yelled wildly, already urging the giant wolves to charge over. Awoo awoo. The front legs of the giant wolves were the first to be tripped by the ropes. Their front legs suddenly bent and lost balance, and they howled in agony. The bodies of 4 wolf riders, affected by inertia, suddenly flew off their giant wolves. Pa 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 pa. The 4 orcs flailed their arms as they fell involuntarily into the acid bog in front of them, making heavy, earth-shaking noises. The 4 orcs that fell into the acid swamp suddenly let out mournful howls similar to those of the giant wolves. Along with the ghostly wails and wolf howls, their sturdy bodies seemed to have been doused with acid. Their skin, flesh, hair, and even their clothes were all corroded into a pool of blood that quickly flowed into the acid swamp. In an instant, the 4 orc wolf riders had actually turned into 4 enormous skeletons. These 4 orc wolf riders were the first to meet with misfortune. 3 more wolf riders behind them couldn't stop their momentum and flew into the acid bog with them, turning into 3 skeletons in the blink of an eye. This acid bog is an advanced necromancy magic, all right. Master Fanny, you're so strong. You must teach me this magic when we return to the academy, Hanshaw said excitedly to Fanny in a low voice when he saw how vicious the acid bog was. However, when Hanshaw had finished speaking, he suddenly discovered that Fanny's face was deathly white and that there seemed to be something wrong with her gaze as she looked at the acid bog. He couldn't help but rub his body against Fanny and speak again. Master Fanny, what's wrong? Fanny abruptly reacted after being bumped into by Hanshaw and said in a panic, No, nothing. This is the first time I've used this acid bog magic since I've grasped it. I really didn't think that this magic would be so vicious. As Hanshaw and Fanny were speaking, the dozens of orc wolf riders had suddenly reined in their giant wolves, and the wolf riders at the back hadn't been able to rein in their momentum. They were forced to squeeze together in a chaotic mess, and a few orcs even fell off their giant wolves. However, in this way, the tripping ropes and acid bog had already lost their effect. The orcs were trying to regain their footing amidst the chaos under the mutterings of their leader. Kill. At this moment, Hanshaw suddenly gathered his strength and roared out fiercely. Lisa and the others had long since been sharpening their blades and waiting impatiently. When they heard Han Shuor's roar, they immediately made a big fuss and pushed the giant rocks beside them down the small hill. More than 10 giant rocks borrowed the momentum of their momentum and rolled or flew down towards the orc wolf riders below. Suddenly, the orc wolf riders who were supposed to be the hunters became the prey instead. The giant rocks that rolled down became lethal weapons that quickly reaped the lives of the orcs. The overcrowded wolf riders didn't have time to regroup at all and immediately paid a heavy price when the giant rocks rolled down. 4 boulders smashed down, directly smashing the 6 orcs and their giant wolves into a bloody mess. The remaining boulders rolled down the hillside. The momentum of the boulders was fierce, and when they fell into the midst of the wolf riders, they let out a series of mournful howls. By the time this wave of rocks had passed, another 15 wolf riders had died on the spot, and a dozen or so had sustained varying degrees of injuries. As the orcs screamed in panic, they suddenly discovered that the path back had also been blocked by giant rocks. Many figures suddenly appeared from both sides of the hill, and a string of crossbow bolts and magical attacks accompanied curses. These vulgar and barbaric orcs, go to hell. On the other side, Irene of the Light Major stood up from the hill and cursed lowly with a look of disgust. She then started chanting light magic and attacked the orcs with Beecher. It looked like they'd finally found an outlet to vent after being chased around so pathetically by the wolf riders. At this moment, there were still 30 or so orc wolf riders that hadn't died in the tunnel below. However, these wolf riders had to face all sorts of magical attacks from both sides of the hill. Han Shuor held the crossbow in his hand and would calmly fire when he took aim at an orc. As long as the orcs were hit by Han Shuor's crossbow bolts, they would fall down in a short amount of time, even if it wasn't a vital point. They would never be able to stand up again. Hey! Why is it that none of the orcs hit by your crossbow bolts can stand up, even if it's just a scratch? But those hit by my crossbow bolts are fine as long as it's not a vital point. Fanny observed for a moment and then asked Han Shuor with a frown. Heh, of course. I've just dipped the tips of my crossbow bolts in some poison powder. They're absolutely done for if they get even the slightest bit of it. Han Shuor accurately shot another orc and explained faintly as if nothing had happened. When these words left his mouth, Fanny started and then pointed angrily at Han Shuor, saying hatefully, You're indeed a bit despicable. Where did you learn these malicious methods from? Even if our 2 countries are at war, we can't use poison arrows. This is an unwritten rule of the profound continent. Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuor said nonchalantly, It's either you die or I die. What's the point of talking about being despicable? Killing them with the smallest price is the most correct method. You're too pedantic. That's right. Brian is absolutely right. These damned orcs burn, kill, and loot in the town of Droll. Every year when winter comes, they take the opportunity to loot the borders of our empire. There's no need to talk about any rules with them. Lisa suddenly interjected at this moment, obviously leaning towards Han Shuor's style. Chemph, you 2 brats are both equally bad at heart. No wonder you've suddenly become so congenial. Brian, I'll let it go this time. If you can return to the empire, don't tell anyone that you've done this. You can't do this in the future either. Otherwise, if others find out, they'll surely punish you. Fanny rolled her eyes at the 2 and suddenly warned them seriously. Han Shuor understood that Fanny had good intentions. The reason why the poison powder was sold in the town of Droll was to deal with the savage magical creatures within the dark forest. Normally, no one would dare use it against their enemies in broad daylight. However, Han Shuor only listened attentively to Fanny's warnings. He didn't think much of it in the depths of his heart. If it came to a critical juncture and his life was in danger, he would definitely use this kind of vicious method without a care in the world. Under the attacks of crossbow bolts and all kinds of magic, the remaining orc wolf riders could only use crossbow bolts to attack the ambushes on the 2 sides of the small hill. However, Han Shuor and the others now had the complete advantage in terms of terrain and numbers. Under the continuous attacks, the orc wolf riders fell one by one into pools of their own blood. It was obvious that they were powerless to reverse the situation. When there were only 5 wolf riders left, they finally began to feel fear. The giant wolves were unable to climb over the large rocks, so the orcs directly jumped down from the giant wolves. They even abandoned all the resources in the wolves' pockets and began to run back without a care for anything else. Oh no, they're escaping. If they escape, there'll be even more wolf riders coming. Everyone chase after them. Han Shoror's face abruptly changed when he saw the situation. He hastily yelled out, but his body remained motionless where it was. Everyone lost their heads in panic when Han Shoror's words had sounded. The group of people all rushed down from the small hill and started chasing after the fleeing orcs with all their might. The 3 warriors who had been hiding ran the fastest, moving up and down the small hill as if they were walking on flat ground. They quickly gave chase. Behind them, a group of mags led by Beecher, including Jean, Bark and a few others from the Necromancy Major, also raised their magical robes and ran out. Just as Fanny's slender body poked out and planned on sprinting out from behind the giant rock, Han Shoror suddenly reached out and grabbed Fanny by the waist. He yelled lowly, "It's so dangerous, what are you going to do?" Fanny's slender waist was suddenly embraced by Han Shoror and her body suddenly grew numb. She turned her head and saw that the Necromancy Major students were also about to walk out. All of them were looking at her oddly, especially Lisa, who seemed to be forcibly suppressing her anger. Fanny started and her heart raced when she reacted. Her face flushed red and she suddenly struggled violently. She said angrily, "What are you doing? Let go of me, what are you stopping me for? It's not like we're missing a few people. Don't we have more important things to do at this time?" Han Shoror let go of her and chuckled. "What other things are more important?" Fanny and the others asked in confusion. "Collect the spoils of war. The resources in the pockets of the giant wolves will all be worth shiny gold coins in the capital of the empire." Han Shoror laughed heartily as his body swiftly dashed down the small hill. Fanny, Lisa, and the others started, but when they saw that there were a few smart strangers who were also rushing downwards, they didn't hesitate any longer. They all cried out in pleasant surprise and ran towards the sacks of resources that the orc wolf riders were plundering without a care for their manners. Chapter 58. Fallen Undead Warrior, heed the call of the Dark Emissary and reveal your existence. Han Shoror suddenly chanted an incantation midway down the tunnel. An ordinary skeletal warrior appeared in the tunnel as Han Shoror's incantation fell. Han Shoror immediately gathered his mental strength and issued a command when he saw the skeletal warrior appear, "Steal the items." This skeletal warrior wasn't the little skull that Han Shoror had refined with his magical yuan. Its speed and strength were significantly inferior to the little skull's, and its bones creaked as it moved. Within the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, the pitch-black little skeleton with 7 bone spurs had caused too much of a commotion. If others knew that this little skull had been summoned by Han Shoror, there would surely be a series of troublesome matters. Therefore, Han Shoror didn't dare summon the little skull at this time. "Everyone hurry up, or else the items will all be taken by others." Erin from the Light Major was among those left behind. When she saw that Han Shoror's group was charging down, she immediately rushed over with a shout. On the Necromancy Major's side, Fanny, Lisa, and the others were first startled when they saw that Han Shoror had summoned skeletal warriors. They immediately reacted and started summoning skeletal warriors with delighted expressions on their faces. Suddenly, more than 10 skeletal warriors were summoned by Fanny, Lisa, and the others. Under the urging of their mental strength, these skeletal warriors reached out with their bony hands and picked up the enormous bags on the ground. The items in the wolf riders' bags had all been looted. Now that these orc wolf riders were dead, they naturally became ownerless items. Of course, they belonged to whoever grabbed them first. The skeletal warriors on Han Shoror's side, who had been extremely weak to begin with, finally showed their usefulness this time. Although the skeletal warriors moved slowly, each of them grabbed a bag in the end. As the host, Han Shoror, Fanny, Lisa, and the others naturally wouldn't be idle either. They all grabbed a bag each. Han Shuro even grabbed 4 bags, a satisfied smile on his face. Han Shuro's group had taken 80% of the items left behind by the Wolf Riders, and the other 20% had been taken by the others. The various weapons, armor, and medicinal ingredients in the town of Droll were all expensive items. If they were sold in the Empire, they would surely receive generous rewards. After ordering the skeletal warriors to line up side by side, Han Shuro looked at Fanny and said with a smile, "Master Fanny, with these items and our gains in the Dark Forest, I think that our necromancy major will be able to impress the school authorities when we return to the academy." Fanny was also in an exceedingly good mood at this moment. She had long since forgotten Han Shuro's previous rudeness. Her face was full of joy as she flicked a glance at Han Shuro with her bright eyes, saying softly, "Not necessarily. These items belong to the shops in the town of Droll. Although the owners of the shops in the town of Droll have either fled or died, if the Empire were to learn of the origins of these items, they would surely confiscate all of them." Fanny's worries weren't without reason. Han Shuro thought for a moment and suddenly remembered that he had met Fabian in the Dark Forest. When the two had parted ways, Fabian had left a card for Han Shuro so that Han Shuro could find him to do business. Fabian was a member of the Empire's Bast Merchant Guild. If he could find him, he should have an appropriate method to deal with this matter. When his thoughts traveled here, Han Shuro smiled confidently at Fanny and said, "Master Fanny, you don't need to worry. As long as we can safely return to the Empire, I have a way to deal with these items. There shouldn't be any flaws left behind." Fanny looked at Han Shuro in surprise and then shook her head, saying with emotion, "Brian, I find that I can't see through you more and more. Just how many secrets are you hiding on your body? How do you have a way to deal with these items?" Chuckling lightly, Han Shuro said, "We'll talk about these things later. I think that what we should do now is to consider how to leave this place and how to quickly return to the Empire." While Han Shuro and Fanny were talking, Beecher's group, as well as Jean Buck's group from the Necromancy Major, had already returned from the distance. From the relieved expressions on their faces, Han Shuro knew that the orcs had most likely been killed. Indeed, when Beecher's group arrived, they immediately said proudly, "Don't worry everyone, none of those orcs escaped. We can finally relax for the time being." Beecher was halfway through his words when he suddenly looked around in surprise, exclaiming, "Eh? What's going on?" Apart from the corpses of the orc wolf riders and giant wolves, all the bags had been divided up by those who had stayed behind. In particular, Han Shuro and Fanny's side, a row of skeletal warriors each holding a large bag appeared even more eye-catching. Fanny was a bit embarrassed and opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. In the end, she grew anxious and couldn't help but glare at Han Shuro, indicating for Han Shuro to respond. Taking a few steps forward as if nothing had happened, Han Shuro didn't have the slightest bit of awkwardness on his face. He put down the 2 bags on his body and called out to the mercenaries and mags who had just returned from the distance with unfamiliar faces. He said with a smile, "These are all spoils of war, brave warriors, come and pick some. We'll be going our separate ways soon, but we've just fought off the orcs together. Let these things be mementos of our battle." All right. The 10 or so adventurers who had returned all cheered in unison when they heard Han Shuro's words. All of them ran over excitedly and began to pick out the goods in the bags with practiced movements. Beecher and the other light major students had originally planned on joining in, but when they saw that Erin and the others also had bags filled with supplies in their hands, they started and walked towards Erin after a moment of surprise. "Young man, you're a really good friend. If you need our Battle Wolves mercenary band in the future, feel free to ask. Heh, I'm very happy to make friends with you. If you need any medicines made in the future, you can come find me." These people chatted with smiles on their faces as they picked out the goods. One by one, cards with contact details fell into Han Shuro's hands. "Master Fanny, why are you giving those things to them? What's Brian doing?" Necromancy major student Athena looked at Han Shuro's open bag with a pained expression and huffed angrily. "His actions are completely correct. If we swallow all these goods, these people won't benefit at all. They'll definitely report this matter to the Empire. Perhaps they'll even have thoughts of robbing us in their anger. We'll be in big trouble then. Now that Brian has taken out a small portion for them to choose from, it's to drag them into the water and stuff everyone's mouths. They don't have space rings and can't summon skeletal warriors to do manual labor like us. They won't be able to take away much of the goods at all. In this way, the biggest beneficiaries will still be us. He can even win the friendship of these adventurers. Brian is really getting more and more powerful now. Fanny's beautiful eyes had been focused on Han Shoror, who was chatting merrily with the adventurers, as she explained to the clueless Athena beside her. He's getting more and more mysterious now. I don't even know where he learned all this random knowledge from, and his knowledge is actually quite useful. Lisa looked at Han Shoror and thought of the secret to breast enlargement that Han Shoror had taught her. She couldn't help but sigh softly with emotion. All right, since everyone's chosen their items, let's part ways here. If there's anything I need to trouble you with in the future, I won't hold back, haha. On the other side, Han Shoror was laughing and joking with everyone as if they were close friends. The 4 large pockets on his body were basically all empty now. These mercenaries and adventurers had more or less gotten what they needed, and their gazes when looking at Han Shoror were exceedingly pleasing to the eye. Everyone exchanged some pleasantries in the end and left one by one. On the other side, Beecher and the others came to Fanny's side to say their thanks and also left with the goods. When only Han Shoror's group remained, Jean finally said with annoyance, "If I'd known earlier, I would have stayed as well. If we hadn't left, the pockets in the hands of the Light Major would have been ours again." Fanny didn't express anything regarding Jean's annoyance at all. She suddenly felt at this moment that such a big person like him seemed to be even less intelligent than Han Shoror, and a sense of contempt rose in her heart for no reason. "Right, what should we do now?" Fanny looked at Han Shoror and asked naturally. Turning his head to look at the wide Nillaran River, Han Shoror thought for a bit and said lowly, "There are some towering trees at the bottom of the canyon. We have all sorts of sharp weapons in our pockets, as well as some tough ropes. As long as we chop down some trees, we can quickly make wooden rafts and use them to cross the Nillaran River and directly reach Balthazar City." "Is that so? Then why didn't you tell the others just now?" Jean suddenly asked when he heard Han Shoror's words. "What does it have to do with me if they want to leave? Not to mention that they can help us draw away the orcs' attention after they leave. We'll be in less danger this way. Isn't that good?" Han Shoror smiled faintly and explained matter-of-factly. When these words were spoken, Fanny, Jean, and the others started and inwardly sighed that the current Han Shoror was indeed different. It looked like he was already secretly scheming against others when he'd been talking cheerfully and wittily with them just now. Jean, Buck, and Bella looked at each other and felt a chill in their hearts when they thought of how they'd targeted Han Shoror in the past. Chapter 59. With the help of the dark creatures, it only took half a day to complete the task of cutting down trees and weaving wooden rafts under Han Shoror's command. 5 wooden rafts and a dozen or so wooden oars were carried into the water by the skeletal warriors. Everyone boarded the wooden rafts after the 13 sacks had been placed on the rafts, holding the oars in their hands and starting to move along the Nillaran River. Han Shoror, Fanny, and Lisa stayed on a wooden raft. Fanny summoned a zombie warrior and had the zombie warrior row the oars. Han Shoror and the other 2 sat leisurely on the sturdy wooden raft, admiring the scenery along the Nillaran River. It was already evening, and the clouds of sunset dyed the sky. The azure waters of the Nillaran River were calm, and a few bold fish leapt to the surface, drawing silver lines across the surface of the water. The branches and leaves of the towering trees in the distance were lush, and a few unknown insects chirped cheerfully, giving everyone a sense of tranquility and peace. As Fanny and Lisa chatted and laughed softly as they admired the beautiful scenery around them, Han Shoror sat cross-legged on the wooden raft and closed his eyes, silently training his magical yuan. He didn't waste a single moment of free time to forge his physical body and continuously open up the meridians within his body. Fanny and Lisa originally had a stomach full of questions they wanted to ask Han Shoror, but when they discovered that Han Shoror had his eyes closed and wasn't speaking, they didn't make a sound to disturb him. Instead, They sighed with emotion at Han Shuor's diligence, thinking that it was no wonder that Han Shuor had improved so quickly. The two's beautiful eyes would gather on Han Shuor from time to time, whispering to each other about something. It looked like their topics definitely included Han Shuor. After a long period of silence, Han Shuor suddenly opened his eyes and looked around when he felt the wooden raft shake. He discovered that the wooden raft had already crossed the Nirolan River and had arrived in a thicket of lush vegetation. Fanny and Lisa happily commanded the dark creatures to bring the spoils of war from the wooden raft to the shore. When Zeon and the others had all gathered, everyone cheered and used their mental strength to command the dark creatures. After identifying the direction, they began to hurry towards Balthazar City. After walking like this for 2 days, the party finally arrived at Balthazar City. After arriving at Balthazar City, the first thing they did was find a large hotel, where they immediately began to bathe and change their clothes. After a hearty meal, they had a beautiful night's rest. Now, Han Shuor's treatment was completely different from when he'd gone to the dark forest. He could enjoy honorable service as a matter of course, and even had a room to himself. Even the transportation of supplies to the hotel's specialized storeroom was done by everyone themselves. No one dared to let Han Shuor do it alone. The next day, early in the morning, Dong Fanny lived next to Han Shuor. After Han Shuor got up early in the morning, he stood in front of Fanny's door and knocked on it. "Who is it?" Fanny's lazy voice came from the room. "It's me," Han Shuor replied. "Oh, wait a moment. I'll wash up and open the door for you." After a while, Fanny opened the door, wearing a thin, white silk robe. The soft robe accentuated the curves of Fanny's slender and voluptuous figure. Her hair was disheveled as she flicked a lazy glance at Han Shuor and moved to the side to let Han Shuor in. She asked, "What are you doing here so early in the morning?" Staring greedily at Fanny a few times, Han Shuor walked to the round table and sat down after closing the door. He then said with a smile, "Master Fanny, I thought about it last night and felt that these supplies were too conspicuous in my hands. I wanted to discuss how to deal with them. It's good to deal with these supplies as soon as possible. We're not merchants, we can't always bring these things back to the academy. But these things all come from the town of Droll. If someone discovers them, not only will we not get the gold coins, but we'll also be in trouble. What should we do?" Fanny's eyebrows creased slightly as she thought for a moment. "If we have a space ring, then we can solve this problem. Master Fanny, although space rings are precious, there should be a price. How many gold coins would a space ring with a smaller space be worth?" Space rings can usually only be refined by space archmages. The materials used to refine space rings are also very valuable, so space rings are very expensive. Even a space ring of a lower quality would cost at least 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins. This isn't something that just anyone can afford, so don't let your imagination run wild. Master Fanny, you're an adept mage, and many of the necromancy students come from noble families. Why don't you have a space ring? Although I'm an adept mage, I rarely leave the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. My annual income is only a few hundred gold coins. Where would I have the extra money to buy a space ring? The necromancy major is the weakest major. If these students came from great nobles, they wouldn't have chosen to study in the necromancy major. They haven't even graduated, so why would their families buy space rings for them? Han Shuor nodded his head after Fanny's explanation, more or less understanding. It looked like the necromancy students and teachers were all poor bastards. No wonder they were all so excited when faced with this batch of supplies. So that's how it is. A space ring costs 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins. It looks like I should get a space ring first. Han Shuor thought of the 2,000 gold coins in his crystal card and rubbed his chin in thought, speaking pensively. Rolling her eyes at Han Shuor, Fanny said exasperatedly, "You're just an errand slave, how would you have any gold coins? If you were that rich, would you have sold yourself and worked as an errand slave in the necromancy major for 6 years?" Chuckling, Han Shuor said, "Times have changed. Who says I'll always be poor? Don't worry, I have a way to get a space ring. At this point, under Fanny's astonished gaze, Han Shoror sneakily looked left and right and fished out an agate necklace with a ruby embedded in it. This necklace sparkled with a faint red light, and the ruby was translucent and was obviously a very valuable gem. "Master Fanny, this is for you." Han Shoror laughed lowly when he saw Fanny look at the necklace in his hand with infatuation and handed the necklace to Fanny. She was first overjoyed, and then Fanny's face flushed red. She reacted and hastily refused. I can't take it." "Oh right, where did you get this from?" "Of course I got it from the Orc Wolf Rider's pockets." My eyes and hands were quick and I saw a red light flashing in one of the pockets. "That's how I found this ruby agate necklace. I thought that a beautiful person like Master Fanny would be able to set off your beauty even more if you wore this necklace. So I put it away just for you." Han Shoror's expression was normal as he said faintly, "This thing is too valuable, I can't take it. You should keep it for yourself." Fanny's beautiful face flushed red as her bright eyes stared fixedly at the necklace. She stammered as she refused. It looked like even though she liked it very much, she hadn't completely lost her reason. "Take it, there's no use for a man like me to keep something like this. Not to mention you've taken care of me all these years and I've always been very grateful to you. This is a rare opportunity to repay you and I'll be very sad if you refuse." Han Shoror's expression was serious and his usual cheeky and silly demeanor was nowhere to be seen as he spoke persistently. "I really can't. You've already saved me last time and you've helped me quite a bit along the way. How can I accept something from you? Oh, although last time in the pool, you..." Fanny's words were somewhat incoherent. When she mentioned the pool, she seemed to think of Han Shoror's mischief and her face was alluring as she rolled her eyes at Han Shoror. Her beauty almost stole Han Shoror's soul. His heart moved. Han Shoror hastily stood up with a strong sense of righteousness and said with a slight smile, "You must accept it, otherwise I'll always feel guilty. I still have matters to attend to and will be leaving first." After Han Shoror finished speaking, he didn't wait for Fanny to refuse again and directly opened the door to leave. The sound of his footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Fanny's heart was in a state of panic as her bright eyes fell upon the ruby agate necklace. Her expression was indescribably odd. Her gaze was resolute one moment, weak the next, bashful and happy the next. Her face constantly changed with complex emotions. Chapter 60. This space ring, where did you get it from? Fanny looked incredulously at Han Shoror and asked in astonishment. "I bought it." Han Shoror responded faintly and then looked at the envious and jealous gazes of the necromancy students beside him. He added, "I bought it from a magical equipment store in the city for 1,800 gold coins. This space ring can store a small room's worth of items." "Of course I know you bought it. I just want to ask how you got 1,800 gold coins." The astonishment on Fanny's face remained the same as she glared hatefully at Han Shoror. Apart from Fanny, the other necromancy students and teachers were all present in the storeroom. Their brains were all a bit short-circuited, and they couldn't understand how Han Shoror had suddenly become so rich. You didn't sell the spoils of war, did you?" Bella stared blankly for a while and suddenly thought of something. She exclaimed softly and hurriedly flipped through the items they had stored in the storeroom. Snorting coldly, Han Shoror flicked a disdainful glance at Bella and said mockingly, "Then you'd better look carefully and see if I've pocketed anything. All 13 bags are untouched. Do you have eyes or not? Then where did your gold coins come from?" Jean also looked oddly at Han Shoror, his eyes roving greedily over the space ring on Han Shoror's left index finger. He thought to himself, "I, a necromancy teacher, can't even afford a space ring, but you, an errand slave, are the first to wear one. What kind of world is this? Don't worry about that. I have a space ring now anyways. You guys check the items in the bags and I'll put them away. When we return to the academy, I'll be responsible for selling them. We'll split the gold coins separately." Han Shoror smiled enigmatically and said faintly to Jean, "Master Fanny, what do you mean?" Jean started and turned his head to look at Fanny, asking for Fanny's opinion. Let's leave it at that. We were able to obtain these items because of Brian. Since he said that he has a way to get rid of these things, let's do as he says. Brian will take 40% of the gold coins, and we'll split the rest equally. Fanny pondered for a moment and suggested with a frown. Why? Why does he have to take 40%? We also put in the effort. Barker immediately voiced his disagreement after hearing Fanny's words. That's right. He's just an errand slave. He shouldn't be able to get so many gold coins. Bella, who had just finished checking the supplies, chimed in. Scratching his head, Hanshaw wore a silly smile on his face. He swept his gaze over the two and chuckled. Then what do you two think? Barker and Bella had suffered quite a bit at Hanshaw's hands along the way and had long since understood that Hanshaw's simple and honest exterior was all a facade. Barker and Bella had long since witnessed his treacherous and ruthless methods towards his enemies. Now that they saw Hanshaw's silly expression, they felt their scalps go numb. They stammered and didn't dare say anything else. All right, Brian, don't scare them. This matter is settled. If it wasn't for Brian, you wouldn't have been able to make it here alive. Not to mention that we were the ones who obtained these supplies. You all went to chase after the Orkwolf riders and didn't do anything. You're the ones who have the least right to speak. Fanny first rolled her eyes at Hanshaw, then put her hands on her hips and lectured Barker and Bella in a domineering manner. Since that's the case, I'll first store these items in the space ring and then we'll directly hire horses to head to Zajoski City. I've already asked around today. The Orkwolf riders seem to have left after pillaging the nearby villages. I think we shouldn't run into any more danger. Hanshaw swept his gaze over everyone and said lazily. When Hanshaw saw that Fanny, Jean, and the others had all nodded in agreement, he released a wisp of mental strength and activated the space ring. As Hanshaw's two hands moved, the 13 bags disappeared into thin air one by one. The blue space ring on his left hand flashed with blue light 13 times. Hanshaw stored the spoils of war into the space ring amidst the envy and jealousy of the necromancy teachers and students. He discovered that this low-level space ring was already full after storing 13 bags and couldn't hold much more. The group then spent gold coins again to rent a few war horses and left Balthazar City. It took them 2 days to return to Zajoski City. Using the transportation matrix in Zajoski City, everyone returned to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force in the Empire's Ossen City after a flash of white light. Looking at the familiar buildings around them, the necromancy teachers and students who had survived a great calamity felt a sense of joy at being reborn as human beings. Brian, you don't need to do errand missions for the necromancy major in the future. I'll go negotiate with the school authorities right now and remove your status as an errand slave and let you become a true necromancy apprentice. Fanny said to Hanshaw after a moment of joy when she arrived. Hanshaw was also overjoyed when he heard her promise and a faint smile appeared on his face. After experiencing the trials in the Dark Forest, Hanshaw's entire person had changed greatly. He deeply understood that his status as an errand slave would directly affect his future actions. Now that he could not only remove these two identities, but also become a true student, he was naturally overjoyed. Understood, Master Fanny. I'll first dispose of the resources in the space ring and come find you after I've taken care of these matters. Hanshaw smiled at Fanny and then thought for a moment before taking out 3 gold coins from his pocket and handing them to Lisa. If you see Jack, give these 3 gold coins to him. Lisa looked oddly at Hanshaw and put away the 3 gold coins, saying, "Who would have thought that you'd treat that little fatty so well? I really don't know how you suddenly became so rich. 3 gold coins is enough for Jack's family to live off for a year. You're quite generous." Whether it was Brian before or Hanshaw now, they were all on good terms with that little fatty Jack. Now that Hanshaw had money, the first person he bestowed favors on was Jack. 3 gold coins was nothing to Hanshaw now, but it was undoubtedly an enormous sum of money to Jack. It could be considered as repayment for Jack's help during this period of time. After leaving the academy, Hanshaw took out the card that Fabian had left behind and hired a carriage, heading south of Ossen City according to the address on the card. We've arrived at the Boot Merchant Guild. The carriage finally came to a slow stop after traveling for a long time, and the coachman's voice sounded from outside. Disembarking from the carriage, Hanshaw handed the coachman 2 silver coins and told him to leave. He then began to size up the Boot Merchant Guild. 2 warriors wielding long spears stood on either side of the dark iron door in front of the door. Looking from afar, rows of towering houses could be seen inside. One could tell from the grandeur that there were definitely rich people living inside. "Kid, what are you sneaking around for?" A guard in front of the door chided impatiently when he saw Hanshaw looking around randomly. "This is the Boot Merchant Guild, right? I'm here to find Mr. Fabian." Hanshaw started and swept his gaze over the 2 guards, responding faintly. "Fabian? I've never heard of him. Is there such a person in our merchant guild?" The guard asked the other guard with a straight face. "There seems to be. He seems to be working at the young Miss side. He just returned from the dark forest a few days ago, and I've heard that he gained quite a bit." The other guard responded. He paused and looked suspiciously at Hanshaw, sizing up Hanshaw from head to toe. A few traces of contempt involuntarily appeared in his eyes as he asked haughtily, "What business do you have with him?" "I'm looking for him to do business with." Because his status as an errand slave hadn't been removed, and he'd been rushing non-stop back to the academy, the errand slave uniform on Hanshaw's body was in tatters. It looked like he'd been looked down upon by others. "Doing business? Haha, what a joke. Do you look like you're discussing business with someone like this? Our Boot Merchant Guild is a famous merchant guild in the Empire. I think you've come to the wrong place." The guard laughed heartily and spoke mockingly. Just as Hanshaw was about to fly into a rage, a magnificent carriage suddenly stopped in front of the merchant guild. 2 tall warriors dismounted and a young, beautiful girl walked out of the carriage. This girl was tall and had a head of long brown hair. She wore a dress studded with jewels and looked elegant and luxurious. However, a faint trace of coldness was present on her beautiful face, and she had the natural arrogance of someone in a superior position. "What's the matter?" The girl looked coldly at the 2 guards when she dismounted and spoke in a clear, pleasant voice. "Miss, he says he wants to see Mr. Fabian. I've seen him looking around furtively and wearing cheap clothes. I've always felt that it was a bit suspicious, so I'm interrogating him now." One of the guards bowed respectfully and explained. "You know Fabian?" The beautiful girl frowned as she looked at Hanshaw and asked coldly. Hanshaw, who'd been boldly roving his eyes over the beautiful woman's body, finally reacted when he heard Fabian's question. He immediately nodded and said, "Yes, I even did business with Mr. Fabian in the dark forest. I'm called Brian. I think Mr. Fabian will surely remember me." "Brian. Brian, I think I've heard Fabian mention you before. Since that's the case, why don't you come in with me?" She didn't look at Hanshaw again after she'd finished speaking and walked inside on her own. Hanshaw glared at the 2 guards in front of the door and said lowly, "Blind dogs." He then laughed lightly and quickly walked inside. Chapter 61. Inside the Boot Merchant Guild, there were rock gardens and flowing water. The environment was elegant and luxurious, and the cobblestone corridors ran through the entire building. Along the way, they occasionally saw guards wielding longswords and javelins pass by. It looked like the guild's security was quite tight. Hanshaw had already inquired about the Boot Merchant Guild when he'd been in Balthazar City. He knew that the guild's main business was trading. Simply put, they used the Boot Merchant Guild's trading strongholds to cover the entire empire, purchasing supplies and materials from various regions, and then selling them to other regions where they were in short supply, earning the difference in price. This batch of weapons and ingredients from the town of Droll would surely be handled properly if they were handed over to the Boot Merchant Guild. Therefore, Hanshaw had absolutely found the right person to look for Fabian. After passing through 3 corridors and walking for a few minutes, just as Hanshaw was thinking that the Boot Merchant Guild was indeed quite large, the young miss of the Boot Merchant Guild stopped in front of a loft. "Farmer, go call Fabian over. Jays, you guard the door. You're Brian, right? Come with me." The girl stood in front of the loft and looked left and right a few times, giving instructions to the two strong warriors following behind her. Han Shoror didn't waste any words and nodded, directly following the girl inside. The floor was covered with a soft carpet, and a few priceless paintings hung on the surrounding walls. The interior of the room was richly decorated. There was a very spacious hall in the middle, with a circular table in the center and a few chairs around it. After the girl entered the room, she found a chair and sat down. She then furrowed her brow and didn't say a word, as if she was thinking about something. A few strands of brown hair fell on her fair and smooth forehead, contrasting with her furrowed brow and beautiful face. She seemed to have lost a few traces of the cold arrogance she'd just had, and had gained a few traces of worry. She didn't greet Han Shoror, and Han Shoror didn't stand on ceremony either. He twisted a chair around and sat down, nonchalantly surveying the decorations around the hall, occasionally glancing at her a few times. After a short while, that fatty Fabian had already walked in with a fawning smile. He closed the door and quickly walked in, bowing to the girl. "It's wonderful that Miss Phoebe has returned safely. This person is looking for you and says that he wants to do business with you. I just so happened to be looking for you to discuss some things, so I brought him here." Phoebe nodded and said to Fabian, "Heh, so it's Brian. It was all thanks to you that I was able to escape from the vicious hands of those forest troll in the dark forest last time. I thought I'd never see you again. Who would have thought that you'd come looking for me just a few days after I returned to the Empire? What business do you plan on doing this time?" Fabian had a professional smile on his face as he asked Han Shoror enthusiastically. "I have a batch of resources that came from a rather shady source. I wonder if you're willing to purchase them?" Han Shoror hadn't planned on saying much when he saw that Phoebe was right next to him, but then he thought that even Fabian seemed to be under Phoebe's control. It looked like there wasn't anything to hide, so he got straight to the point. Heh, that's absolutely not a problem. Anything that comes into our guild's hands will become clean. Don't worry." Fabian turned his head to glance at Phoebe in the distance and suddenly smiled at Han Shoror when he saw Phoebe nod slightly. Since this was the case, Han Shoror didn't need to be secretive anymore. He released a wisp of mental strength and took out the 13 bags from his space ring, placing them in the room. He then said, "These are the items. Take a look and see how much they're worth." Phoebe had been sitting there coldly. Her bright eyes swept sharply over when she saw Han Shoror take out the items one by one. She suddenly opened her mouth and said, "These items should be from the town of Droll. Look at the bags, they should be the tools used by the Orc-Wolf riders to plunder. Did you take them from the hands of the Orc-Wolf riders?" Looking at Phoebe with surprise, Han Shoror thought to himself that this girl's eyes were quite sharp. She'd guessed the ins and outs of the matter with just a glance. She was the miss of the Boot Merchant Guild all right. Nodding, Han Shoror didn't hide anything and smiled faintly. "That's right, I took these items from the hands of the Orc-Wolf riders." When Han Shoror's words fell, the eyes of Phoebe, who'd been completely indifferent to Han Shoror, suddenly lit up. She stared fixedly at Han Shoror and sized him up, then opened her mouth to ask in surprise, "You're saying that you took these items from the Orc-Wolf riders all by yourself?" "Miss, Brian is an extremely powerful mage swordsman. He alone drove away all the forest troll that surrounded me," Fabian immediately explained to Phoebe when he saw that Phoebe seemed to doubt Han Shoror's strength. When she heard Fabian's words, Phoebe seemed to be even more surprised. Her sharp eyes roamed over Han Shoror's body. Even Han Shoror felt his heart clench when she looked at him like this, as if some secret was about to be seen through. Coughing lightly, Han Shoror laughed dryly. "I didn't take these items from the Orc-Wolf riders all by myself, but I'm in charge of these items now. I think you should take stock of them and tell me a suitable price so we can hurry up and finish our business." "All right, Fabian, make an inventory of these things." Phoebe nodded as she spoke and looked a bit oddly at Han Shoror, as if she hadn't expected that Han Shoror would honestly admit that he hadn't taken them by himself. An exceedingly faint sound suddenly fell into Han Shoror's ears at this moment. It was like the sound of a long sword slowly being unsheathed. Han Shoror's heart jumped and his expression changed slightly. He lifted his head to look at the dark rooftop and said with a cold face, "Who's on the rooftop?" Phoebe and Fabian's faces immediately changed drastically when they heard these words. However, before they could react, 3 crossbow bolts had already flown towards the 3 of them from the rooftop with a sharp whistle. Hanshaw was enraged. He'd thought that Fabian and Phoebe were trying to murder him for his money, but when he saw that the 3 crossbow bolts had been shot at the 3 of them, he knew that this wasn't the case. Just from the sharp whistle of the 3 crossbow bolts, one could tell that both the strength and speed of the bolts were astonishing. It was obvious that they were the work of an experienced expert. At this critical juncture, Hanshaw's expression was surprisingly calm. His body moved to the side and he quickly dodged the crossbow bolt aimed at him. His right hand had already taken out a dagger and he fiercely slashed at the other crossbow bolt aimed at Fabian. With a crack, the crossbow bolt aimed at Fabian broke. Hanshaw's right hand, which was holding the dagger, suddenly went numb under the tremendous impact, and his entire right arm suddenly ached. This made Hanshaw understand that the impact of this crossbow bolt was indeed incomparably ferocious. If an ordinary person had used a dagger to collide with it, their entire right arm would likely have been shattered. Dong. Phoebe's face was full of panic as she suddenly dashed towards Hanshaw. The chair that she'd been sitting on had already been pierced through by the crossbow bolt. The crossbow bolt had penetrated the chair and nailed itself directly onto the carpet. The carpet was already solid ground, so one could imagine just how terrifying the force of this bolt was. "There's an assassin, there's an assassin." At this moment, Fabian suddenly screamed and pushed Hanshaw with even more force, pushing Hanshaw towards Phoebe. He cried out urgently, "Brian, hurry and save my miss. If you save my miss, I'll give you an extra 500 gold coins. I beg of you." It looked like Fabian already knew that Hanshaw wasn't the kind of person who would play the hero and save the damsel in distress. At this critical moment, he first thought of using gold coins to bribe Hanshaw. Just as Fabian's screams rang out, 3 crisp creaks sounded from the roof. 3 pitch-black figures suddenly appeared. 3 long swords sparkling with dark green light were already looming over Phoebe and Hanshaw's heads. The bone-piercing chill made Hanshaw feel as if his skin and flesh had been cut by the blades. Dark green fighting aura, these were 3 senior swordsmen. Hanshaw understood his strength. In a real fight, even one senior swordsman would have a hard time dealing with him. 3 senior swordsmen would only lead to death. Judging from the 3's intentions, it was obvious that they were planning on killing everyone in the room. Even if Hanshaw ignored them now, he'd still be hard-pressed to escape misfortune. The only way out was to stall for time until reinforcements arrived. Magical yuan circulated rapidly as Hanshaw's body suddenly moved. Phoebe was already in front of him at this moment. Hanshaw reached out and grabbed Phoebe's right hand, pulling her into his arms. The body holding Phoebe abruptly toppled to the side and tumbled underneath the round table in the hall. Violent crackling sounds suddenly sounded from the top of the round table. The sturdy round table shattered into pieces above Hanshaw's head in an instant. 3 sharp blades stabbed directly at Hanshaw and Phoebe after they'd shattered the round table. Hanshaw's necromancy incantation had already been completed at this moment. The little skull wielding the bone dagger also materialized in midair and charged directly at one of the assassins. Under the table, Hanshaw raised his left hand and the crossbow bolt in his sleeve suddenly shot at another assassin. Chapter 62. Of the 3 long swords that had been about to stab Hanshaw, one had split up to deal with Hanshaw's little skull, and another had changed direction midway to block an arrow shot by Hanshaw. Only one remained to stab towards Hanshaw. Hanshaw's arms that were holding Phoebe gave a push, and Phoebe rolled in Fabian's direction. Tightly gripping the dagger in his right hand, Hanshaw's body abruptly shot out from the shattered round table. Magical yuan flowed onto the dagger, drawing a faint purple light through the air as it struck towards the long sword that was stabbing towards him. The sound of metal clanging rang out as Hanshaw gave a muffled groan. His right hand that was holding the dagger felt sore and numb again. His body that had been charging out was stopped, and he couldn't help but fall down the table again. The assassin's body also trembled as he fell from the air onto the broken table. He had been holding the sword in his right hand, but seemed to have been frozen by the cold air of the mystical glacial spellfire on Han Shuor's dagger just now. He suddenly switched the long sword to his left hand and swept his icy eyes over Han Shuor. His long sword suddenly pointed forward again, and a ferocious wave of fighting aura took advantage of Han Shuor's unsteadiness to rush into Han Shuor's body through his chest. A bone-deep pain spread throughout Han Shuor's entire body in an instant. When the dark green fighting aura surged into Han Shuor's chest, the magical yuan circulated wildly and transformed into thousands of strands, firmly entangling the fighting aura and preventing it from spreading in any other direction. Even so, Han Shuor still spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as he lost his footing and suddenly fell down. It looked like the assassin had absolute confidence in his sword filled with fighting aura. He didn't spare another glance at Han Shuor when he saw that Han Shuor had been hit, and turned around, intending to make a move on Phoebe and Fabian on the other side. Except, he never would have thought that Han Shuor's body would be so strong and resilient after being continuously tempered by magical yuan. Add to that the magical yuan's miraculous effects, and this strike that should have been a sure kill didn't take Han Shuor's life at all. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, Han Shuor, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly sprang up like a ghost. A cold glint overflowed from the dagger in his right hand and abruptly stabbed towards the assassin's back. The assassin was a senior swordsman all right. He hadn't lost his vigilance even at this critical juncture. He suddenly turned around in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, and the long sword in his left hand once again blossomed with dark green fighting aura, blocking Han Shuor's dagger with a clang. However, while he could defend against Han Shuor's dagger, he couldn't defend against Han Shuor's sneak attack. A crossbow bolt shot out from his left sleeve and pierced through the assassin's cold, merciless left eye. As the assassin shrieked and reached out to cover his left eye, Han Shuor waved the dagger in his hand. A line of blood appeared on the assassin's neck as his body collapsed powerlessly. At this moment, Han Shuor's left hand wiped away the fresh blood that flowed from the corner of his mouth. He tightened his grip on the dagger in his right hand and began to calmly survey his surroundings. He saw that the little skull was wielding a bone dagger and actually fighting with an assassin. The little skull, who had been continuously tempered by magical yuan, was so strong that it was a little abnormal. The speed at which he dodged the attacks and swung the bone dagger was extraordinarily fast. Even if its body was occasionally struck a few times, the dark skeleton would only sway a little. More often than not, the little skeleton would regain its footing and attack again after stumbling, leaving the assassin at a loss as to what to do. On the other side, the assassin who had broken the crossbow bolt shot by Han Shuor had already flown towards Phoebe. Fabian had a panicked expression as he cried out loudly, "Miss, be careful. Brian, save me." Han Shuor was stunned. He took one look and knew that it was too late to save Phoebe even if he wanted to. Sighing lowly, Han Shuor was about to call out to the little skull and take the opportunity to leave when something unexpected happened. Phoebe's eyes were calm and indifferent despite her panicked expression. When the dark green light from the assassin's blade had struck, a slender dagger had appeared in Phoebe's hand at some point. Milky white fighting aura suddenly blossomed from the dagger in Phoebe's hand, like a lotus flower in full bloom. A beautiful light formed from the interweaving of milky white fighting aura abruptly took shape and completely swallowed the assassin. Ah! A mournful cry sounded. When the beautiful milky white light dissipated, the assassin looked as if he had been pierced by 1,000 sharp weapons. His body was riddled with holes and blood flowed everywhere. Not only was Han Shuor dumbfounded, but even Fabian and the last assassin fighting with the little skull were stunned. Han Shuor and Fabian were fine from the shock, but the assassin fighting with the little skull had lost his concentration and his left arm had been chopped off by the little skull. He howled in agony and was about to flee when the dagger in Phoebe's hand suddenly flung out, sinking directly into the assassin's abdomen. The last assassin, who was howling in agony, suddenly fell silent and collapsed with a rumble. Miss, you're a sword master?" Fabian's mouth hung wide open as he stuttered and pointed at the aloof Phoebe, flabbergasted. Swordsmen, like knights, were divided into apprentice swordsmen, light blue, novice swordsman, dark blue, journeyman swordsman, light cyan, senior swordsman, dark cyan, sword masters, milky white, great sword masters, silver, and sacred swordsmen, gold. Hanshoro hadn't thought that Phoebe had been hiding her strength all along. It looked like even Fabian didn't know that Phoebe was actually a sword master of a higher level than senior swordsman. If word got out that she had the strength of a sword master at her age, it would absolutely shock many. It looks like I've made an unnecessary move. Hanshoro smiled faintly and chanted an incantation. The little skull, who had been standing there blankly with the bone dagger in hand, suddenly disappeared without a trace. No, without your help, I wouldn't have been able to kill all 3 assassins from Shadow Ghost by myself. I could have stopped them by myself, but I couldn't stop them from escaping. Therefore, your help was a great help to me. I'm very grateful to you. Phoebe looked at Hanshoro and said seriously. Pausing, Phoebe furrowed her brow and mused for a moment. She suddenly looked strangely at Hanshoro and asked, Mr. Bryan, why didn't I feel any fighting aura on your body when you made a move just now? And if I'm not wrong, you've also trained in necromancy magic. I just never knew that a skeletal warrior could have the strength to fight a senior swordsman. Mr. Bryan is truly an amazing person. What an amazing woman. Hanshoro stared at Phoebe and said eccentrically, Miss Phoebe is a truly amazing person to possess the strength of a sword master at such a young age. Compared to you, I'm just a minor character. You're too courteous. Phoebe didn't pursue the matter after saying this to Hanshoro. She turned her head to look at Fabian, who was still indescribably shocked, and said softly, Fabian, take stock of the goods on the ground. Bryan saved us this time, so we must give him a good price. The dumbfounded Fabian's expression froze when he heard Phoebe's words. He looked oddly at Phoebe and then looked at Hanshoro before lowering his head to take stock of the goods on the ground. Niece Phoebe, what's wrong, what's wrong? A shocked cry traveled from the distance at this moment, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. The sound grew closer and closer. An expression of disgust and hatred suddenly appeared on the face of Phoebe, who'd been aloof all this time. She then returned to normal in the blink of an eye, and even had the trace of a faint smile on her face. She said harmoniously, Uncle Grover, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. A group of 5 people broke through the door, with a sinister-looking, emaciated old man at the front. He was dressed in luxurious clothing, and first swept his eyes over the situation in the room after entering. He then revealed an anxious expression and said to Phoebe, I heard cries for help just now and saw the 2 warriors in front of your door fall to the ground. I hurriedly ran over. It's a good thing you're fine, it must be your dead father who protected you. I've made Uncle worry, but it wasn't my dead father who protected me. It was this brave warrior who saved your niece's life. Otherwise, your niece's little life would have been taken by an assassin. Phoebe showed an expression of lingering fear as she pointed at Hanshoro and explained. Hanshoro looked coldly at Phoebe and Grover's conversation and observed them closely. He inwardly had a bit of an understanding. Hanshoro had clearly seen the disgust and hatred on Phoebe's face just now. He'd later discovered that Grover's attention had been completely focused on the 3 assassins in the hall when he'd come in, and he'd only expressed concern for Phoebe after looking over everything in the hall. This already indicated that the relationship between the 2 wasn't as harmonious as it appeared on the surface. Thank you, brave warrior. I must reward you well. Grover looked at Hanshoro and exclaimed in surprise when he heard Phoebe's words. His eyes roamed continuously over Hanshoro's body, as if wanting to completely see through Hanshoro. Uncle, thank you for your good intentions, but Phoebe wants to personally repay him for saving my life. I'm fine now. Uncle has overworked himself for the guild every day, you should go back and rest early. Phoebe's expression turned serious as she bowed to Grover. All right, as long as you're fine. I've been helping you investigate the origins of these assassins recently. Don't worry, good niece. When I find out who did it, I won't let them get away with it. You must be more careful in the future. I'll be heading back first. Grover said these words to Phoebe with false affection and turned to walk out the door with his men. When he reached the door, he suddenly turned back and looked at Hanshoro. Brave young fellow, what's your name? Bryan. Hanshoro bowed slightly and responded with a courteous smile. Nodding, Grover said, Brian. A good name, a good name. I'll remember you. Grover finally left the room with his men after saying these words. I think I've already gotten myself into great trouble under your deliberate lead. Miss Phoebe, how do you plan on compensating me? Hanshaw's smile faded as he looked coldly at Phoebe after Grover had left. Apart from the money for these resources, I'll pay you an additional 3,000 gold. 3,000 gold is enough to buy many lives. What do you think? Phoebe laughed faintly, her eyes sparkling with the light of wisdom as she spoke softly. Hanshaw's heart trembled as a smile once again appeared on his face. He said with satisfaction, I like this great trouble. Chapter 63. Hanshaw was well aware of what 3,000 gold coins meant. It was indeed enough to buy many lives. Therefore, even though he understood that he'd been mysteriously implicated in a great deal of trouble, when Phoebe raised the astronomical price of 3,000 gold coins, Hanshaw's anger was instantly shattered by the gold coins. Don't be happy too early. At this point, I think you've more or less guessed that the one who hired Shadow Ghost to kill me was my beloved Uncle Grover. My uncle is rich and overbearing, and he has many experts by his side who can make you die unknowingly. In addition, after today's events, my uncle will surely tell Shadow Ghost that you killed these 3 assassins. Shadow Ghost is an assassin organization known for seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. I think you'll have quite a bit of trouble in the future. Seeing Hanshaw reveal a satisfied smile, Phoebe thought for a moment and couldn't help but speak up to remind Hanshaw. This has nothing to do with me. After leaving the Boot Merchant Guild, I'll carefully hide myself. Whether it's Shadow Ghost or your uncle, I don't think they'll be able to find me. It won't be that easy for them to kill me. When he'd agreed to this matter, Hanshaw had already thought about it. After leaving the Boot Merchant Guild, he'd immediately conceal his tracks and wait until he'd handed over the gold coins to Fanny. He'd then apply for leave from Fanny and use the transportation matrix hidden in his space ring to go to the Cemetery of Death to train for a period of time. This way, he'd be able to avoid Phoebe's troubles. If that's the case, then I'm relieved since you've already made plans. I've pushed everything onto you because I don't want to reveal my strength too early. Otherwise, when Shadow Ghost sends even stronger experts, I'm afraid that even my strength as a swordmaster will find it difficult to deal with them. Nodding, Hanshaw smiled and said, I understand. Since you've paid me gold coins to take the blame, then I naturally have nothing to say. I'm not the slightest bit interested in the private matters of your Boot Merchant Guild. If there's nothing else, can you help me take inventory of the goods? I'll leave after receiving the gold coins. Well, Fabian, take the contents of his sack and count them. Fabian had calmed down and immediately walked to the 13 bags that Hanshaw had taken out when he heard Phoebe's words. He took out the various items within and counted them. He finally said respectfully to Phoebe, Miss, these items should be worth 4,000 gold coins. In addition to the 3,000 gold coins I promised you, it's a total of 7,000 gold coins. Are you satisfied? Phoebe coldly looked at Hanshaw and asked. No problem. I think we'll have the chance to work together again in the future. It's just that this Boot Merchant Guild doesn't seem too safe. Can we do business somewhere else next time? Phoebe's dainty eyebrows creased slightly when she heard Hanshaw's words. She then nodded and said, The Boot Merchant Guild is filled with the Old Thing's trusted aides. I don't dare stay here forever. Since the Old Thing dared to make a move in the guild this time, it means that he's becoming more and more fearless. It looks like he must have bribed everyone else in the guild. Fabian, help me find a new place to live. We'll move out today, we can't live in the guild anymore. I'll communicate with the other elders in the guild as soon as possible. As long as I can prove my business abilities and receive the support of the other elders, we can oust the Old Thing. Don't worry, miss. I've thought of this a long time ago. I've already found you a new place to live before you returned. The new residence is next to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force on North Street. Many of the Empire's nobles and celebrities live there. I think that no matter how rampant Shadow Ghost is, they'll have to think twice before making a move there. Very good, we'll move out today. I won't treat you unfairly when the old thing steps down. Phoebe nodded in satisfaction and said to Fabian with a smile. It's my honor to be of service to Miss. Fabian bowed gratefully and said. He then took out a card and handed it to Hanshaw, saying, This is our new address. You can come find me if you have any more business. You've saved my life twice, so I'll definitely give you the most fair price. Give me the crystal card and I'll transfer 7,000 gold coins to your account. When Fabian transferred 7,000 gold coins into Hanshaw's crystal card and Hanshaw confirmed that there were no mistakes, he finally nodded with a satisfied smile. Since this is the case, then I'll be leaving first. If I have any more business in the future, I'll be sure to find you. Goodbye. Be careful on the road. Be careful not to be targeted by others. Phoebe's expression was still cold and detached as she suddenly spoke up to remind Hanshaw before he left. After Hanshaw had left the room, Phoebe finally said in a low, angry voice, Just where did this snobbish scumbag come from? He grabbed my hand and hugged me, but only thought about his gold coins. He didn't even apologize. Damn it. Hey, miss, you didn't mention this matter either. I thought you didn't care at all. Fabian's expression immediately changed when he saw that Hanshaw had left and Phoebe had left. He couldn't help but smile sheepishly. I'm a girl who's been educated in noble etiquette. How could I be the first to mention this matter? I think that guy only has money in his eyes. Not only does he not feel the slightest bit of guilt, but he even seems to think that I owe him. He's detestable to the extreme. Phoebe complained angrily and then took a deep breath. She grit her teeth and asked Fabian, Right, this person is very odd. Just where did he come from? Shaking his head with a wry expression, Fabian responded, I'm not sure either. I only met him by chance in the dark forest. I gave him 200 gold coins and he saved me from the hands of the forest troll. I gave him my address after he traded the forest troll's items with me. I really don't know anything about his origins. I see. If he wants to do business with you again in the future, let me know and I'll trade with him personally. Phoebe furrowed her brow and thought for a moment. She clenched her teeth lightly and instructed Fabian. Understood, miss. Fabian agreed honestly. After walking out from Phoebe's place, Hanshaw had made ample preparations to deal with Grover's possible revenge at any time. However, perhaps because the 3 shadow ghost killers had suddenly died, Grover didn't have the time to make other arrangements. Not only did he not encounter any retaliation on his way back, even the guards he'd run into earlier had suddenly disappeared without a trace. However, when Hanshaw walked out of the Boot Merchant Guild's main doors, the 2 guards he'd cursed at before seemed to have been waiting for Hanshaw. The 2 glanced at each other when Hanshaw appeared and blocked the door. One of them glared at Hanshaw angrily and said, What did you say when you walked in just now? I said you 2 are blind dogs. What's the matter? Since he knew that these 2 belonged to Grover's side and that beating them up wouldn't damage his relationship with Fabian and Phoebe, Hanshaw naturally didn't hold back and continued cursing without fear. You're courting death. The 2 shouted angrily and swung their fists at Hanshaw. Snickering coldly, Hanshaw's body suddenly sped forward. He was already in front of the 2 of them before their fists had even landed on his body. His left and right hands pressed against their chests as he deployed the mystical glacial spellfire. 2 balls of faint demonic aura, 1 purple and 1 red, sank into their chests. Laughing loudly, Hanshaw didn't wait for them to react as he strode out with large steps and swiftly left the Boot Merchant Guild. Although the 2 balls of purple and red magical aura wouldn't take their lives when they entered their bodies, it was enough to make them feel pain for quite a while. After leaving the Boot Merchant Guild, Hanshaw's extraordinary senses made him feel as if someone was following him. Raising his attention to the maximum, Hanshaw weaved quickly through the streets and alleys, constantly changing directions and specifically looking for places with the most people. After a long while, when Hanshaw no longer felt like he was being followed, he found a random clothing store and bought a new set of clothes. He then hired a carriage and started heading in the direction of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Chapter 64. Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Necromancy Major. After experiencing the trials of the Dark Forest, the Necromancy Major had obtained abundant trial items. The student's ability to handle matters had also improved. When Fanny negotiated with the school authorities and showed them some of the magical beast cores that the Necromancy Major had obtained, she immediately received great praise from Headmaster Emma. Emma was a woman in her 70s and majored in spatial magic. She had advanced to the realm of Grand Magus a long time ago. She had made outstanding contributions to the Empire and had a great reputation within the Empire. She was highly regarded by the King of the Empire. Within the training field of the Necromancy Major, Emma wore a loose black magic robe and looked benevolently at the necromancy teachers and students. She smiled faintly. "Your Necromancy Major has been very successful in the Dark Forest this time. It's said that you've destroyed many orc wolf riders and have contributed to the Empire. Master Fanny, I hope that you can lead the Necromancy Major to the next level and restore the former glory of necromancy. I've agreed to all of your requests. The children must also work hard. Headmaster, thank you for your concern. I think that after this time's trials, our Necromancy Major students should understand the importance of strength. I think they'll study magic even harder in the future and become qualified mags for the Empire, contributing to the Empire as soon as possible." Fanny had a solemn expression as she promised Emma. "Oh right, Master Fanny, why isn't the young fellow that you've always praised here? I wanted to meet this amazing young fellow." Emma looked at Fanny with a smile and asked gently. "Brian has some matters to attend to outside. I think the headmaster will have the opportunity to meet him in the future. He's a very talented mage and I dare guarantee that Brian will become a powerful mage in our Necromancy Major before long." Emma nodded with gratification and said with a smile, "I look forward to his growth and hope that your Necromancy Major can regain its former glory." Emma's body twisted like a reflection in the water after she'd finished speaking, giving off an extremely unreal feeling. A beam of white light flashed and Emma had already disappeared without a trace. As a spatial elemental great magician, President Emma has already grasped the true essence of spatial elemental magic. She can directly traverse short distances through space with her body. Don't be surprised, everyone. Jean couldn't help but explain when he saw Emma's miraculous disappearance and the students all let out gasps of surprise. "It really is a magical spell." Han Shoror's voice came from outside the training grounds. As soon as his voice faded, Han Shoror's body had already walked in from outside. "Hey, it's Brian. The Dean wanted to see you just now. Why didn't you come back earlier?" Lisa immediately called out lightly when she saw Han Shoror appear. "There will be opportunities in the future. I've already dealt with the goods from the orc wolf riders. I sold them for a total of 4,000 gold. I'll take 1,000 gold coins and you guys can split the rest among yourselves. Who has a crystal card?" After Han Shoror entered, he didn't waste any words and directly spoke. 4,000 gold coins. My gosh, those goods were sold for such a high price. If I'd known that they were worth so much, I wouldn't have chased after those fleeing orcs. Bark cried out in surprise and blamed himself with regret. Even Fanny and Jean had faces full of surprise, not to mention Bark. They didn't seem to have thought that this batch of goods would be worth so much. When the students heard that they could split the gold coins, they all beamed with joy and similarly displayed expressions of joy. "I have a crystal card. Here, take it." Fanny directly handed her crystal card to Han Shoror after a moment of surprise. Between crystal cards, transactions could be confirmed by the mental imprints of both parties through the gaps in the grooves. It was very convenient. When Han Shoror received Fanny's crystal card and discovered that Fanny had already approved of the transaction, he transferred the 3,000 gold coins from his crystal card to Fanny's crystal card. When Han Shoror handed Fanny's crystal card to her, Fanny also handed a card to Han Shoror, saying, "This is your student card. From today onwards, you are no longer a slave or errand boy, but a magic apprentice of the Necromancy Major of our Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. With this student card, you can borrow books from the library, use the training fields to practice necromancy magic, and officially attend classes in the Necromancy Major. I've already paid for you this year's miscellaneous fees of 50 gold coins. Now you can officially use all of our necromancy mage's resources, including your new residence. Brian, I hope you can treasure this opportunity and make full use of your potential to bring necromancy magic to greater height. Han Shoror felt a heartfelt sense of joy when he received the student card from Fanny. He said to Fanny, "Many thanks to Master Fanny, I will definitely work hard in the future. I want to go borrow some books from the library and will be leaving first. You can give the gold coins to them." Han Shoror held the student card in his hand as he left the training fields and headed directly to the library. Little Fatty Jack was currently organizing books in the library at this time and immediately called out in surprise when he saw Han Shoror appear. "Oh my gosh, Brian, you're finally back. I almost didn't recognize you. You're a bit taller and stronger than when you left. Even your looks seem to have become better." "Hehe, hello Jack. Did Borge and the others bully you during this time?" Han Shoror was also a bit happy to see little Fatty Jack. He pulled Jack to a corner and asked him, "No, it's probably because you taught them a lesson last time and they're a lot more well-behaved now." Jack chuckled and paused to look left and right. He lowered his voice and said, "Brian, did you really make Lisa give me the 3 gold coins?" Nodding, Han Shoror said with a smile, "Of course. From today onwards, I'm a student of the necromancy major. I've said before that I wanted to study magic, but you didn't believe me. Heh. This is my student ID, do you see it? My gosh, how did you do it? This is unbelievable." Jack looked at Han Shoror's student ID and exclaimed again, All right, I'll give you another 50 gold coins. You don't have to stay here as an errand boy anymore. But be very, very careful and don't let anyone know that you have so many gold coins on hand. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. These gold coins will allow you to live a relaxed life. If you run into any trouble in the future, you can come find me at the necromancy major. I'll help you take care of it. Han Shoror fished out another 50 gold coins from his space ring and shoved them into Jack's pocket, speaking lowly. 50 gold coins, 50 gold coins. Jack fell into a daze when he heard the gold coins in his pocket rattle. He stood there in a daze and murmured to himself, seeming to have even forgotten about Han Shoror's existence. 50 gold coins was an enormous sum of money that Jack had never even considered. Han Shoror could completely understand his reaction. Han Shou didn't bother with him and left Jack with a slight smile. He walked alone to the section where necromancy books were stored and picked out beginner magics of necromancy from the bottom row. He walked to the door and registered it, then left on his own. After leaving the library, Han Shoror returned to the warehouse, put the other 2 books into his space ring, and left. This was because Han Shoror planned on using the transportation matrix within his space ring to directly head to the cemetery of death to train. Therefore, whether it was the warehouse or the new dormitory that Fanny had arranged for him, there should be people who knew about it. Setting up a transportation matrix would definitely not be safe. Creasing his brow in thought, Han Shoror headed directly to the back mountain of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, walking towards the cemetery. Not only was it quiet there were basically no humans or beasts roaming about. Some of the tombs were even more concealed. He wouldn't have to worry about being discovered if he set up a transportation matrix there. When he arrived at the unmarked tombs in the back mountain, Han Shoror found the most secluded one and even moved a large rock to the entrance of the tomb. After he entered, he moved the large rock from the inside and blocked up the entrance of the tomb. After completing these tasks, Han Shoror took out a candle from his space ring and lit it. He discovered that apart from being a bit damp, the tomb was still relatively clean. There were a few skeletons of broken bones on the ground, but to Han Shoror, who trained in necromancy magic, it didn't feel sinister at all. On the contrary, it felt familiar and intimate. After tidying up the interior a bit, Han Shoror thought carefully and finally summoned the little skull. He used a dagger inside the tomb and carved out a small space in the corner. This space was in the blind spot of the tomb, and only Han Shoror could enter it by turning his body sideways. Although the space inside was a bit larger, it could only accommodate Han Shoror alone. It was like a wardrobe in an ordinary room. After carefully inspecting it for a while, Han Shao confirmed that this place was sufficiently concealed. He took out 6 magic sticks from his space ring and arranged them according to the pattern of a hexagram. Han Shao then stood in the middle of the magic sticks and activated the magical matrix with his mental strength. A streak of white light flashed past, and when Han Shao opened his eyes, he discovered that he'd appeared within the dark forest, within the enormous magical matrix in the central hall of the mysterious cemetery of death. The mysterious cemetery of death is my unique kingdom from now on. Han Shao looked around and murmured in satisfaction. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.